Cambodian genocide. Sent cruise missiles to Sudan, people died. Obama gave the orders to do drone strikes. Invaded Nicaragua in '85. Instigated the Cuban Missile Crisis. Invaded the Dominican Republic. Endorsed the invasion of East Timor. Invaded Guatemala in '54. Overthrew the government of Panama. Started the war on terror. Funded the Timorese genocide. Dropped a nuclear bomb not once but twice. When the International Court of Justice condemned all our crimes, we just shrugged our shoulders and said, we do what we want, we do it all
by virtue of being
we even ramped up the genocide.
All right. Oh, shit. Forgot. Good evening, good friends. Just a second. Let me get this. Okay, there we go. Haha. Good evening, friends, countrymen, single mothers. How are you doing? It's Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. It is I, your charismatic, handsome, charming, witty, and most important of all, modest and humble host, Rathbone. Hi, how you doing? Tap the like, subscribe. Over the next 4 hours, we're going to be noticing a whole heck of a lot of goy slop. So strap in, strap on, and fasten those diapies because this shit's going to get messy. So to begin, thank you, Valentine Bilby, always starting us off the stream proper with a gifted subscription, showing your support. I appreciate that so much. So I want to begin by talking about this recent poll conducted on Israelis. So they're mourning their strategic defeat, as Alistair Crook has put it. This is a poll. 92% of Israelis believe that Iran emerged as the winner after the war and the deal with the United States. This is being reported by the Times of Israel. I think this was 2 days ago, so I didn't get a chance. I think I may have skimmed or glossed over it in a tweet or something, but I wanted to take a look at that and just highlight this to you, that they know what's going on. They read the tea leaves there in Israel. They're sensing that they've lost this war. Israelis overwhelmingly view the war with Iran and the subsequent deal between Tehran and the U.S. as a negative light, with 92.1% of Israelis believing the Islamic Republic to have won, according to a survey published Sunday. The poll of 3,644 respondents conducted between June 17th and June 20th by the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in collaboration with the Agam Institute paints a stark picture of public sentiment following the U.S.-Iran deal. The survey found that even among voters who support the right-wing bloc, led by Satan himself, Benjamin Nosferatu Molokowski, he's got so many demonic names I've struggled to keep up with, 93.1% believed that Iran had won. So even among his own voters, it's even a higher percentage. Furthermore, 82.9% of respondents believe the 6-week campaign against Iran weakened Israel's long-term security, and 86% have a negative attitude toward the outcome of the fighting and the deal forged by the U.S. and Iran without input from Jerusalem. These people are on, a suicide mission, it seems like. Thank you for the follow there on Twitch. And I'm reminded of what Jeffrey Sachs told Danny Danon. At the UN, remember he confronted Danny Danon. He was like, "What you're doing is suicidal." He didn't say homicidal. He said suicidal, because that just puts a finer point on it to the Israelis. Because of course the Israelis only care about themselves. So to say that they're homicidal, well, you just don't understand the Jewish doctrine, right? You didn't read the Talmud. But if you say that they're suicidal, well, that kind of hits closer to home. And it's true, and I think they realized it. With this poll here, we see the poll also found that 87.8% of Israelis believe that the country failed to achieve the objectives it launched the offensive to achieve, or fulfilled only some of them. Israel and the United States has said they aim to eradicate Iran's nuclear program and missile threat and bring down the regime. So whatever Netanyahu is saying, obviously the public doesn't believe him in Israel, but he's still saying, no, we won this because think about how worse it would have been if we didn't do this. That's the only thing they can say. It's what Trump and Netanyahu both say. It's like, well, we prevented nuclear catastrophe. Trump told us yesterday that had he not stepped in and, conducted this war against Iran, they would have blown up the entire Middle East, which I can't even get out without laughing. I can't even say it with a straight face because it's just so ridiculous. So Israel and the United States has said they aim to eradicate Iran's nuclear program, fail, missile threat, fail. Now, think about how much has changed in the rhetoric of the United States. It's like things that we've been saying all along that were true in the background that were never acknowledged by the Trump administration. Slowly, they're starting to acknowledge it, right? Trump has acknowledged that if the war continues, if the strait is continued to be closed, it's going to lead to a global depression. They're going to run out of strategic oil reserves, this, that, and the other. We've been saying that for months now. Now Trump and J.D. Vance are saying, well, it's unfair if Iran doesn't have any ballistic missiles, even though that's at the outset of the war, they said that's exactly what we need to take care of. It's not even, if you'll remember, they said it's not even really about the nuclear issue at this point, okay? It's actually those ballistic missiles. Well, now they say, the ballistic missiles are fine. They can keep some. Also, we're just going to lift sanctions on Iran because we totally won. And we're going to, pledge $300 billion to reconstruct their country. And I remember I reminded you that in every war that the United States has started, even if it's lost that war, because it maintains global economic superiority, they can lose wars and still impose sanctions. In fact, if they lose the war and they don't get the regime change, historically speaking, they maintain their sanctions. It's not like they... If they go to war and they win, like they achieve all their strategic objectives, they would lift the sanctions, right? Because now you've got control over that land, you've got control over that government, so there's no need for sanctions. They're not defying you anymore. But Iran, in this case, is still defying the United States, and we're lifting the sanctions, and that is a precedent that is just, you don't see that in the history of the United States, certainly post-World War II. So... you got to put it together, and you find it's a completely different story than what they're telling us, the one that they're weaving. So the findings pointed to a broader crisis of confidence in Israel's leadership, with nearly three-quarters of those surveyed, 72.5%, saying that they did not believe Prime Minister Benjamin Nosferatu's assertion that Israel achieved significant gains and removed an existential threat, and 56.4% rating his management of the war as failed or poor. Wow, that's a majority. So it's not looking good for Netanyahu. Here you see a protester, and I love that Israelis, they get in the streets to protest, but they don't protest their crimes, the crimes of the Israeli government. They protest the fact that Netanyahu is too weak. He's too weak, of all things. Which I would argue is exactly the opposite. He's been too defiant. He's been too... we know he's weak, but he's been pretending like he's too strong. He's been punching above his weight. If anything, he should, maybe stop doing so much. But if he shows that, if he acquiesces to the United States demands to stop bombing Lebanon and stop being a belligerent, well, then he's going to lose all support for... he's going to lose all support with the Israeli public, because we know that they are cheering on this rapacious bloodletting in Lebanon specifically. So just 26.5% considered the premier's management of the offensive good or excellent, and 17% considered it fair. The poll also pointed to the political price paid by Nosferatu, with support for his premiership plummeting from 40% in early March to now just 29% in June. Also apparent in the survey was the depth of the anger over U.S. President Donald Trump's handling of the war and its aftermath. So remember, Donald Trump went from being the greatest friend to the Jews and the greatest friend to Israel to now being the enemy of the state. Okay, the biggest raging anti-Semite in the world today, according to Israelis, has got to be Donald J. Trump, who was hit with an Iranian goy beam that totally, melted his brain and made him support Iran all of a sudden for no reason whatsoever, except for this goy beam. Had nothing to do with the economy or anything, or the fact that, I don't know, maybe they lost the war. Israel and the United States has lost the war, so we're, cashing out. Anyway, among survey respondents, 69% rated his management of the war as failed or poor, compared to just 10% who considered it good or excellent. At the same time, however, the poll found ongoing support for military action against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Asked whether Israel should renew major military action against Hezbollah, including strikes in Beirut, even at the risk of a clash with Trump, who has voiced his displeasure over the fighting in Lebanon. 48% of respondents said that it should. It should continue striking Beirut, compared to 20% who disagree with this option, and 30% said, we're just unsure. So they're saying. So these activists are saying that America has dumped Netanyahu. The honeymoon is over with. Finally, respondents were asked whether Israel's war against Hamas and Hezbollah had fulfilled the goal of victory espoused by Netanyahu and his government for the past 31 months since Octagon 7. Hamas attack sparked the war in Gaza and beyond. Just 12% of respondents said they believe Israel achieved most of the goals encompassed in the claim of total victory, which the survey described as, quote, among other things, toppling Hamas rule in Gaza, that's an L, freeing the hostages. I mean, Israel freed the hostages from their bodies, because remember that they starved their own hostages and they bombed their own hostages. And even when their hostages escaped in an airstrike, they were running around in the streets, and they had literally a white flag, or they were waving their white shirt saying, please, help, help. Well, guess what happened? The IDF sniped them down. That's part of their, what do they call that when they, the Hannibal Directive, right? Any Israeli citizens or soldiers that have been kidnapped or compromised by, Hamas or Hezbollah, the IDF is supposed to shoot them. And I think that's probably for two reasons. One, they don't want the hostages to be released and tell the world how well they were treated. And two, they don't want to have Hamas have any bargaining power, because if a building is housing Israeli hostages, well, Israel in theory can't bomb that building. It's got Israeli hostages in it. Well, that's not true. Israel still bombs that building. It's just, it faces a PR battle, an uphill PR battle, as to why they bombed their own hostages. That's why they prefer no hostages. Let's just attack civilian infrastructure in Gaza, and we can just say, well, it was Hamas. All right, so it continues. Another 61% said Israel did not achieve these goals at all, while 26% assessed that Israel had achieved some of its goals. The poll was conducted between June 17, 20. The survey question... Oh, yeah, we already read this. Why do they repeat it at the end? The maximum sampling error is 2.2% at a 99% confidence level. Okay. So let's switch to Sonar 21, Larry Johnson's blog. He says, which country is the biggest loser from the Ramadan war? I think we know the answer to that. We just kind of saw that Israel is probably the biggest loser. Obviously, America has lost, but America's much stronger, much more resilient, much more sustainable than the death cult in the Middle East. But it's important to note that this Iranian war that the U.S. started is the least popular war among a very warlike people in the Americans. No U.S. war began or ended with less public support. Look at this. Starting net support was negative 13%. And that's way down from Vietnam, which was probably the lowest historically, 37%. Well, Iran has now taken the record. And the ending net support is now negative 32%. And that's still more than Vietnam, which was at negative 31 at the end of the Vietnam War. And it's ongoing, so these numbers are just going to keep going more souther. While the U.S. certainly suffered some reputational damage and significant economic costs from its unprovoked attack on Iran, oh yeah, that's true. The United Arab Emirates is a big loser. Let's focus on Dubai. Think of Dubai as the world's most expensive adult theme park that has no emergency exit. For decades, Dubai sold itself to the world as what would happen if Las Vegas and Disney World had a child together, raised it on sovereign wealth, and sent it to finishing school in Monaco. The result was a city of genuinely staggering audacity, an indoor ski slope in the desert, a hotel shaped like a sail that awards itself 7 stars because 5 simply wasn't enough. Sounds a lot like Babylonian times. You know, is Dubai like the modern-day Babylon, or is that Tel Aviv, or is it both? Palm-shaped islands visible from space that are slowly sinking back into the sea from which they were so expensively extracted. It was, by any measure, the greatest theme park ever built for people who found actual theme parks insufficiently gilded and too puritanical. Dubai is the definition of overrated, and that is taken from a person that would certainly know. Saeed, thank you for that knowledge. And I'm told you have a friend that lives in Dubai. Didn't you tell us that? And didn't you go see him? And you're like, I hate this guy, but you were like giving him shit because he lives in Dubai, but he's still your friend. I've never been to Dubai, but it sounds like I'll never go because we're waving bye-bye to Dubai. The supposed genius of the Dubai proposition was always its geographical logic. It sits at the crossroads of global trade, pumps enough oil to build the infrastructure, and then gradually replace the oil revenue with everything else. Tourism, finance, real estate. The fire sector, right? Finance, insurance, and real estate. That's the bloviated portion of the economy that's not rooted in real value and production that Michael Hudson always talks about. The inscrutable business of being a place where very wealthy people park very large amounts of money while asking no inconvenient questions. It's like a huge Epstein Island. It's like if Epstein Island was a major city, I guess. And oh, did I mention money laundering and hookers? He was just passing on his way to Tokyo when they hit the airport. He was just unlucky. Oh, really? I didn't know that. So he's not from Dubai. He was just in Dubai at the inopportune time. I wonder if the Dubai airport is it back up and running? So many airports got hit in the past few months. Okay, I see. It's a sketchy place, huh? I kind of got that same sort of vibe in Doha. I mean, I'm pretty sure Doha is probably a little bit more tame than Dubai, from what I understand. But Doha kind of seemed like a little imperial oasis, a little Western imperial oasis in the Middle East, as well. But that's just the part that I saw. I was just in downtown city center Doha, and it's just huge skyscrapers. There's nobody really walking in the streets. It's just a bunch of huge buildings, and it's all American corporations. I ate at a fucking Applebee's, for crying out loud. It was terrible, by the way. Do not go to the Applebee's in city center Doha. Awful place. But they have great malls. I have to say, their malls were so nice. Lots of cool shops. But yeah, other than that, I would have liked to have gone out into like the suburbs or like see the historic parts. The best thing I did, I think, was going to the Qatar Museum. I hate museums, but that museum was awesome, and there was so much historical artifacts and just so much information and knowledge, and it was really well done. Like, they spent so much money on this fucking museum, and it showed. All right, so the Burj Khalifa, a.k.a. the Mia Khalifa, the world's tallest building, named after the ruler of Abu Dhabi because Dubai ran out of money halfway through construction and needed a bailout. Wow. Hey, we'll just look. We need to finish this building. We'll just call the building your name. Can you give us a couple $1 billion, please? It stands as perhaps the most honest monument in human history, a gleaming advertisement for ambition, funded by someone else. The formula worked brilliantly as long as one variable held constant. The Strait of Hormuz remained open. The U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran turned this assumption inside out. It was like a big house of cards that is finally coming tumbling down. Disney World works because it controls its environment entirely. Inside the berm, reality is suspended. Outside the berm, Florida continues to be Florida, which, as I can testify, he's obviously from Florida, is its own form of unreality, but in a less curated direction. Dubai's version of the berm was always the Strait, 21 miles of water that kept the global economy flowing through the neighborhood and made Dubai's position as the region's entrepot. Never heard that word. It's a new vocabulary word for me. Look it up. Entrepot. Entrepot. Logistics hub, financial center, luxury destination, not merely plausible, but geometrically inevitable. When Iran mined the strait in March of 26, Dubai discovered that its berm had a gap in it roughly 21 miles wide. The cruise ships left first, or rather they tried to. 6 of them were trapped inside the Gulf like very large, very expensive rubber ducks in a bathtub whose drain had been plugged by a theocracy. I love these metaphors. 15,000 passengers discovered that the all-inclusive package they had purchased did not, in the fine print, include Iranian mine clearance operations as an amenity. Go figure. The ships eventually got out during a brief window in April when Iran and the U.S. simultaneously claimed the strait was open, which gave the ships a brief opening to make a run to safety. The passengers disembarked elsewhere and appear to have decided that the Arabian Gulf cruise experience had delivered sufficient excitement for one lifetime. Las Vegas, Dubai's other spiritual progenitor, is built on the foundational promise that geography is irrelevant, that a city in the middle of a desert can become the center of the world through sheer force of neon and human appetite. Dubai took this lesson and applied it at a sovereign scale. If Las Vegas could conjure a city from nothing in Nevada, Dubai, by contrast, could conjure up a global financial center from nothing in a desert on the edge of a historically significant but economically peripheral body of water. So the difference is that Las Vegas sits in the middle of a continent. Its supply chains are inconvenienced by traffic on I-15, not Iranian frigates. When something goes wrong in Nevada, the problem is human scale. When something goes wrong in the Strait of Hormuz, the problem is civilizational scale. Which is a somewhat different category of operational risk. Dubai's ports, Jebel Ali, the largest in the Middle East, discovered that being the region's premier logistics hub is an extraordinary competitive advantage right up until the moment the region becomes inaccessible. The container ships stopped coming, the tankers that hadn't already been stranded inside the Gulf diverted around Africa, adding 2 weeks to their journeys and entirely bypassing the hub that had been so carefully constructed to serve them. The cargo kept moving, it simply moved around Dubai rather than through it, in the manner of a river that encounters a spectacular dam and quietly reroutes rather than admiring the engineering. What Dubai is experiencing is the particular agony of a city built for maximum throughput, discovering that throughput has somewhere else to be. Never heard throughput before. It's another vocabulary word, but that's why we read. We learn new words, you know. The restaurants remain excellent. The hotel pools remain temperature controlled to a degree that can only be described as a philosophical statement about the relationship between mankind and climate. The brunches, Dubai's most characteristically Dubai institution, a Friday afternoon event that begins at noon, ends somewhere around consciousness, and costs roughly what a semester of community college costs in Ohio, continue to be held, though with fewer attendees from the European finance sector, which is dealing with its own energy crisis and has temporarily reduced its appetite for unlimited wagyu and proximity to other people's wealth. The real estate market, which has spent 20 years as a reliable indicator of how much money the world needs to quietly relocate, is experiencing what agents describe as a period of recalibration and what everyone else describes as a crash. Property values in Dubai are denominated in confidence as much as dirham. So thank you, Iran, for the Comrade Iran, I should say, the Comrade IRGC, for lowering the hotel prices in Dubai, lowering the cost of real estate. That's awesome. The poors thank you. And confidence requires that the fundamental premise of Dubai, the crossroads theory, the inevitability of the location remains legible. As a crossroads from which one of the roads has been temporarily mined is a different proposition. But the Hormuz crisis has stripped away. Are you paying attention? I really hope so, and you better smash that like button, absolutely. The Hormuz crisis has stripped away, at least temporarily, the comfortable fiction, the polite fiction, that Dubai's position was natural rather than constructed, inevitable rather than contingent. Las Vegas exists because Americans wanted somewhere to gamble without legal consequence. Disney World exists because Walt Disney wanted to control the parking. That's an interesting theory. I'd like to hear more about that. Dubai exists because the global economy needed a node at a specific geographic location, and someone had the audacity in the capital to build one there. All three are, at their core, exercises in the proposition that if you build it extravagantly enough, they will come. Two of them don't have to worry about what happens if someone mines the entrance. But there's also a dark side to the UAE in general and Dubai in particular. It is a center for money laundering and foreign intelligence activities. A friend who is a business energy consultant in the Persian Gulf summarizes the situation as follows. Quote, the UAE now operates as a Zionist Israeli-linked Gulf security platform with annex-like and fledgling colony characteristics. Zionist/Israeli and Israel-linked security, cyber, surveillance, defense, and intelligence-adjacent systems have permeated core state capability to the point of effective strategic control over key security and technology layers. That penetration creates strategic exposure across the UAE military establishment, internal security architecture, technology stack, logistics system, financial channels, and monetary confidence base. The money flow thesis has also changed. Dubai and the broader UAE have long served as high liquidity routing environments for offshore capital, sanction-sensitive money, criminal syndicate proceeds, and illicit flows connected to Africa, gold, real estate, trade, luxury assets, and corporate structuring. The war risk and security integration shock has damaged that flow. Capital that depends on opacity, stability, and uninterrupted confidence becomes unstable when the host jurisdiction is visibly embedded in a conflict architecture. It's very, very geopolitical coded, this language, right? More farts, pal. I don't think so, Mute, okay? We're turning over a new leaf. We've decided no longer will I do any more fart jokes, all right? Sorry, that was the last one. That was the very last one. That's it. We're done. We're totally done completely. Sorry, I burped. That was a burp. I'm telling you that was a burp. Okay. The state is assessed as structurally aligned with the U.S.-Israel security architecture and operationally dependent on Israel-linked security and technology capabilities. The exposure is not merely diplomatic. The UAE security apparatus, technology apparatus, military establishment, cyber defense layer, and monetary confidence system are assessed as deeply permeated by Zionist Israeli and Israel-linked systems, vendors, intelligence-adjacent relationships, and defense cooperation. Money flows that used the UAE for opacity, liquidity, asset conversion, gold, corporate layering, luxury consumption. So it's very sophisticated, the way that Israel has embedded itself into the UAE structure, society, government, all facets of this fucking country, this fake country, I should say, this vassal state. So real estate placement, trade routing are now exposed to war risk, repricing, sanctions scrutiny, intelligence attention, and capital flight pressure. So guess whose uncle is a weekly visitor to the UAE carrying bags of cash? If you guessed. So this is interesting. I remember Larry talking about this, how the money that is sent to Ukraine is being funneled, is being laundered through UAE real estate and then bought up by Israelis who then give that money back to like senators in Congress like Lindsey Graham. Just showing you how it's a big, the Ukraine war is basically a big finance scheme to enrich the Epstein class, of course. And people often ask me, like, what's the connection between Israel and Ukraine? Well, this is one of them. If you guessed Volodymyr Zelensky, you are correct. Zelensky's uncle, according to Larry Johnson's source, deposits the money in local banks. So the money that they get from the military-industrial complex of the United States, our money, basically, the money is then used to purchase property that it then subsequently sells. The proceeds from that sale are then sent to banks in Israel, all cleaned up. From there, some of the money makes its way back to members of the U.S. Congress as a way of thanking them for their support of Ukraine. So none of that money actually goes to fighting the actual war effort, right? It just goes back to the senators that were like, we must protect Ukraine. I'm thinking of Lindsey Graham, who, sort of resembles a Ukrainian general at times, if you listen to his rhetoric. So will the UAE return to its previous garish glory? Perhaps. One immediate consequence of the U.S./Israeli attack on Iran is that much of the big money stored in the UAE banks decided that Singapore was more secure, which produced a significant capital flight from Dubai. Oh, that's why Zelensky's still alive. Yeah. For now. Y'all think Zelensky's going to be alive much longer? So one immediate consequence of the U.S./Israeli attack on Iran is that much of the big money stored in the UAE banks decided that Singapore was more secure. So now all the money, there's capital flight happening out of Dubai, and it's going to Singapore. The de facto expulsion of the U.S. from the Persian Gulf, coupled with Chinese and Russian initiatives to create a new security architecture in the Gulf, is causing the Emiratis to reassess their past relationships. It's not clear what path they will choose to follow going forward. But the UAE emirs did send a delegation to Tehran on June 9th. Is Dubai considering a future without wealthy foreigners with an appetite for alcohol and prostitutes? Maybe. And if you listen to the likes of Douglas McGregor, he talks a lot about how the Sykes-Picot agreement is no longer. And does everybody know what the Sykes-Picot agreement is? As I understand it, the Sykes-Picot agreement is basically the carving up of the Middle East by the British, and I guess the French too, and maybe also the Russians and the Italians, as I'm reading here. They basically artificially constructed these lines of demarcation between, you know, fake countries that were created in the wake of World War I. So the Sykes-Picot Agreement was a 1916 secret treaty between Britain and France with Russian and Italian assent. It defined their mutually agreed spheres of influence in the Middle East following the anticipated defeat and partition of the Ottoman Empire. So it was the repartitioning of what was once the Ottoman Empire by the British and the French. They decided, okay, this is going to be, this land's going to be ours, this land's going to be yours. And, that it just doesn't work like that. Like you're only creating future strife and violence because you're grouping, people that have lived on this land for thousands of years into categories that they didn't, consent to. It's creating an artificial culture. And I think that's what you see from, UAE and Kuwait and a lot of these Gulf Coast countries, Qatar, Bahrain. Of course, I'm not a Middle Easterner. I could be speaking a lot out of my ass here, and I'm sure Saeed can correct me if I'm wrong. But, so the French sphere was this, I don't know if you can see this blue region here. Syria, looks like parts of Turkey, and Lebanon. It says French sphere was the blue zone, direct control over modern-day Lebanon, the Syrian coastline, and parts of southeastern Turkey. The British sphere was the red zone, direct control over southern Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, including Baghdad and Basra, as well as the Mediterranean ports of Haifa and Acre. And then an independent Arab state or confederation was planned for the interior, divided into British and French zones of influence. So that was like carried over, obviously, from World War I into World War II and up till the present day. I mean, it still has its, it's still, the colonial remnants are still there. But it seems like we're witnessing a changing of the guard. Why? I'm doing my best. I'm trying to, trying to be fair and balanced, just like Fox News. So they say it's the betrayal of the pact heavily conflicted with earlier promises made by the British to Arab leaders during the Hussein McMahon correspondence, where Britain had pledged support for Arab independence in exchange for launching the Arab revolt against the Ottomans. Of course the British betrays them in the end, just like the Americans did for all of their colonial subjects throughout history. I'm thinking of the Philippines off the top of my head. We tried to help we said that we were really hoping for Filipino liberation, and so we backed like the likes of Diego Garcia, the leader of the Filipino liberation movement, in their quest to expel, I think it was the Spanish at the time of the around the American-Filipino War, which later became the American-Filipino War, because once the Spanish were expelled, and I could be wrong about that, maybe it was the French, I'm not sure, I'll find out, but I do know that around that time, it was like the Spanish Empire was basically withdrawing from its colonial periphery, and so the United States kind of like parked its destroyer warships outside. Thank you, Saeed. I appreciate that. Are you rewarding me for my fair and balanced coverage of the Middle East? Anyway, that's very kind of you. You are a blessing for this stream, and we appreciate that. So, all I'm trying to say is that the Americans and the English, I mean, this is just status quo. They always betray. In the short term, they ally themselves with this indigenous liberation movement to kick out the other colonial empire, imperial empire, and just so that when they do get expelled, then the Americans come in and take over, and then they start a war with the Filipinos, which lasts for like over a decade, and decades really, because it never really ends. And you could argue that the Philippines are still sort of like an American outpost, and I would agree with you if you said that. So anyway, the Sykes-Picot Agreement is no more. as we have learned. So what was I? Okay, so we read that article. Got some other. Okay, so that was the Sonar 21. All right, we're gonna come back. Remember, we're gonna go to Twitter and we're gonna take a look at all the slop there, and then we're gonna go to the Discord. We're gonna eventually cover all the major stories of today. I'm gonna read this Wall Street Journal article, just to try to stay informed, see what they're reporting. It says Trump is on a collision course with Senate Republicans. So President Trump is facing headwinds for the midterms. President Trump's push for stricter voter eligibility laws, it says, is colliding with a newly defiant Republican Senate, setting up a multi-front battle ahead of the midterm elections as his administration lobbies on Capitol Hill for more money to pay for the war in Iran. With just months to go until the fall elections, Trump has found himself at odds with Senate Majority Leaders John Thune, Republican out of South Dakota, and other Republican lawmakers who say the votes aren't there for his top priority, the Save America Act, a bill that would tighten voting rules nationwide. It's true that Republicans have been deferential to the president to a point that doesn't seem to have done any good, said Senator John Cornyn, Republican of Texas. That is, if you support the president, that doesn't mean he's going to support you. Many Senate Republicans want the White House to provide more details on Iran, alarmed by what they have heard about the possible terms of a fragile peace deal, including easing sanctions and freezing up frozen cash. Right now, Iran is ending up stronger than they started, and we've achieved none of the objectives originally laid out, so you might say that that's disappointing, says Senator Bill Cassidy. Never mind that we started this war by bombing a school that killed 168 schoolgirls. That's not disappointing. What's really disappointing is the blunder of the American war against Iran. It's the same fucking talking points that the most liberalist of doves during the Vietnam War were saying. Like, atrocities be damned. Crimes against humanity, I don't see them. But, really, the cost of the Vietnam War was too much to bear. We lost a lot of good men out there. We had really great aims. We had really wonderful intentions, but we really, we weren't very good at executing them. No pun intended. So it's the same here. History demonstrates giving billions of dollars to theocratic lunatics, of course, Ted Cruz says this, who want to murder us is an exceptionally bad idea. Of course, the theocratic lunatics are not, according to Tel Aviv Ted, that's not the Israelis, that's the Iranians. They're theocratic lunatics for wanting to defend their country and not become a vassal state for American corporations that seek to reappropriate their oil and their oil industry. Late Tuesday, Cassidy and 3 other GOP senators, Rand Paul of Kentucky, Susan Collins of Maine, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, crossed party lines to pass a non-binding resolution to rein in Trump's war powers. Trump's frayed relations with the Republican-led Senate will be on display Wednesday when he visits to press GOP lawmakers on the Save America Act, which the president considers essential to Republicans' midterm election strategy. Republicans have a 53-47 majority and have been able to piece together a narrow majority for tougher election rules in recent weeks, but they haven't come close to the 60-vote filibuster threshold required under Senate rules. Blah, blah, blah. A lot of minutia here. I usually don't like to cover the minutia of parliamentary politics because it's all a scam. And, the more that you focus on little minute details, it's what you're doing in a broader context is you're actually tacitly lending credibility to the machinations of the political establishment, which I don't believe there is any legitimacy to their policies, to any of the theater that we see, right? So the fact that I'm doing this, I mean, my former self would be like, I can't believe we're covering the news like this. But, I mean, I also agree that, obviously we should stay knowledgeable. So I'm conflicted, I'm conflicted, but that's such is life. Anyway, I'd just like to read some of the top stories about what are the major news media talking about today. All right, let's go to Twitter now. So did you guys saw that story about Dan Goldman, this congressman? I think he's a representative out of New York, I believe. Let me see, where is Dan Goldman? I think he's New York. He's a U.S. representative out of New York, yes. New York's 10th district. And he's a big Zionist, right? He's like an ardent Israeli supporter. He's got blood on his hands, okay, because he has been complicit as an acting member of the U.S. Congress. He's been complicit in supporting the genocide that the Israelis are carrying out with our tax dollars. And he went to a coffee shop the other day, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, and it was called the Poetica Coffee Shop. And he bought a coffee or something, and the owner of the shop made a tweet, because there's a picture of him in the shop, and the owner made a tweet or made a post about how he's not really welcome. We've refunded the money. We don't need your money. You're not welcome in this store. And then, obviously Zionists are seizing upon this, saying, "Oh, this coffee shop is anti-Semitic, of course, and look at what the Jews are going through in 2026. Oh my God!" Even though in the post, as you saw yesterday, if you were in the stream, the coffee shop made no mention of the J word, right? So they were just like, "You support genocide, fuck you," basically. Well, now this story has gone viral, and people have showed up to Dan Goldman's office, I guess, and graffitied it and said, "Free Palestine, let Gaza live, you have blood on your hands." And of course, what do the Jews do? What does Josh Gottheimer, Representative Josh Gottheimer, he says, these are the same photos. And of course, it's a photo of, downtown Berlin in the 40s or in the 30s, where, Jewish businesses were banned. And that's just really ironic, right? It's like, I can't believe you want Gaza to live. This is like another Holocaust. He said, "Free Palestine. The Jews are tired, man." Let's go to my bookmarks. Here's the first up from Ian Carroll. He says, "Israel is now openly threatening to use nukes against the world. Ironically, this is exactly why they should be disarmed and their future statehood called into serious question. Why the Zionist project should have never begun. Violent tribalism plus an existential victim narrative, which you just saw evidence of, right? Never forget the Holocaust. Is the most dangerous combination possible," says Ian, "and it's fundamental to Israeli identity. There are only two possible outcomes. Either they rule the world and all bow to their chosenness, or they keep picking fights until the whole world turns on them and they are destroyed. The slippery part is that it's not just Israel. They have dragged the entire global Jewish population into this adversarial and unconscionable position, and the real power structure of Israel is dispersed across the global network of Jewish billionaires and bankers that support it and represent the true power of the project." So here's a clip of, I forgot this guy's name. They call him like the son of Hamas or something. He's a big-time Zionist. I don't know what he's got to do with Hamas. Maybe you can enlighten me. But this guy's such a ghoul. Daniel Hanukkah says, "Israel's existence is not negotiable. It does not depend on superpowers or public opinion. If they keep pushing Israel into a corner, they will suffer most. Israel has not used everything it has." Israel's not used everything it has. Yeah, what does it have left? That'd be nuclear weapons. They always allude to it. Some weapons stay hidden for a reason. For now, we are still just playing around. Wait, actually, I have a new Hebrew translator. We can actually listen to him without actually hearing his ghoulish voice. Let's take a look here.
Fungos amo cum sepis et alis leguminimus verus sunt boni sibiamans ed haec vox diamonion ensurientem me.
I'm sorry. That was my ball translator. Sorry, that just translates it into language that Ball can understand. Let me do my my English translator. This will be better. Oh. Okay, I get it now. Oh, all right. He's crying. He was crying about it. That makes sense. It's funny, when you translate Hebrew into English, it's just a baby crying. Who would have thought? Okay, actually, let's take a look at what he actually says. Here, I'm going to move myself out of the way so we can all read together. Let's read, class. You know how to read. I mean, Saeed might not know how to read, but we're trying to help him. Here we go.
Israel's existence is not negotiable.
It's not negotiable.
And it does not depend on superpowers or the public opinion. And if they keep pushing Israel to the core...
It seems like it does depend on superpowers, though, doesn't it? That's why they're so butthurt about Donald Trump's about face. I mean, I know you're saying that, Mustafa, or whatever your name is, Shlomo.
They are the ones who are going to suffer the most. Israel has not used...
Superpower is gonna suffer.
Israel hasn't used everything that it has. And Israel...
He's got the finger guns. He's like, we can break out the finger guns at any moment.
On a purpose, did not expose the advanced weapons that it has for a very important reason.
For very important.
We don't want the enemy to know what we are having. And now, at this point...
We don't want the enemy to know what we are having for dinner. It's cream cheese. Okay, it's cream cheese, fine. And maybe a little beef jerky.
We're just playing around.
We're just playing around, he says.
So,
this is just for funsies. We lost this war against Iran just because we're just fucking around here, folks. We haven't even started yet. Like I say, they're suicidal. These are suicidal people.
This is the clear message.
If I move it with my hands and I say it very vigorously, then it will become true.
To those who think that they can annihilate Israel.
And
behind Israel is existence, is the creator. Israel is not coincidental.
Well, as we heard from Netanyahu himself, Jesus Christ, or whatever religious figure you want to conjure up here to say that, or to justify the state of Israel and its sustainability, has no advantage, he says, over Genghis Khan. So... I don't think it depends on the creator. I don't think it depends on God. If it depended on God, then why are you guys losing? Why are you guys losing every war? You're in the fucking promised land. You're chosen for this shit. You know, everything's going hunky-dory just as you envisioned it because you're the Jews and the Jews are chosen, superior. Why are you guys stinking up the place with L after L after L after L, and you're getting more defiant and more desperate, and now you're saying you're going to unleash nuclear weapons against the world? I mean, forever, you know, however many nuclear weapons that Israel has, I mean, Russia's got exponentially more, you know? China has exponentially more. I don't think this is going to end well, you know? Even if Israel detonates a couple nuclear bombs, like, that's the end of Israel. That's it. It's over.
I try not to... Sorry for the long answer.
And even if they nuclear bomb Iran, that's not going to destroy the Iranian people, and it's not going to destroy the Iranian country. It'll be devastating, no doubt, but it's not going to change the geopolitical situation. It's only going to exacerbate the demise of Israel.
Please.
That's one.
I try not to use...
She's like, that's fine. I'm a little weirded out by your creepy face. He's like, please, can I go on? He's like, yeah, sure, please. What happens if I say no?
Israel is not coincidental. I try not to... Sorry for the long answer, please.
That's one.
I try not
That's fine.
to use God, because God could mean anything for anybody.
Yeah, like we just
But
said.
if they think the Israelis'
could mean anything.
survival 5,000 years is coincidental, they need to rethink.
So Israel's been around for 5,000 years? I didn't realize that, wow, 1948 was 5,000 years ago. So then how old's my dad? I thought he was like in his 80s, but he's what, 5,080? Next week it's going to be 6,000. I get confused, you know? I get confused by the Jewish math. But I didn't go to Hebrew school, so I wouldn't know. I'm not privy to that information. I didn't read the Talmud. I don't know how it works. I'm just a lowly goy, as it were. But I can learn. Please, Jews, accept me, please. I am just a mere goy, but I bow before
בעלי
your
הבית,
greatness.
אתה יודע מה, אני שמח.
Oh, no. Another demonite. Let's see. Let's get the translation here. What is this demon saying?
רק אם אנחנו נהיה חזקים, נחושים, בעלי הבית.
Concepiset alis lego minimus verus sunt boni sibi amans, ed haec vox diamonium
You know what? I'm sorry.
ensurient.
That's my ball translator. Let me do the English translation. My bad. There it is. The big baby. He's even got a bra pad on his head because he is a fucking boob. He's a boob-like baby with a bra pad on his head, and he's crying. He cries about it on the daily. He cries incessantly. And yes, I am going to keep hammering this joke home. I'm going to beat it into oblivion, all right? It's going to be the same joke. You're going to get so tired of it, but it really is necessary. All right, wait, let's read the translation here, the subtitles. Yeah, Peter Griffinstein. That's good. I like that. He is sort of giving Peter Griffin vibes. He says, they say God gives strength to his people. There could be peace, but only if we are strong, determined, the owners of the house. And you know what? I'm happy that in the world people look at me and say, Ben Gavir, these are his opinions. Yes, I represent the opinion of the owner of the house. I represent the opinion of the Jewish pride. I represent the opinion of bringing sandwiches to the true supporters who come here. What? That's my perception. He is a sandwich runner. He's like a door dasher. We've seen clips of him delivering food to the soldiers on the front line. He's a glorified door dasher. This is an interesting point that George Galloway brings up, which you may not have known, but Ben Gavir is technically Iraqi, and he's what's known as a Mizrahi Jew. All right, the Mizrahis. Have you heard about the Mizrahi Jews? They're basically Jews from the Muslim world. Okay? So they're not Ashkenazi Jews. And we know that the conception of the Israeli state, and in terms of who gets chosen, what Jews get chosen, what Jews are not chosen, depends on whether they hail from the Southern Caucasus. Otherwise, they're just, Jews from other regions are just sparkling pagans. And so, according to, the likes of Daniela Weiss and the theocratic lunatics, like Ted Cruz likes to characterize the Iranians as, the theocratic lunatics in Israel actually consider Mizrahi Jews as Goyim, in fact, if you can believe that. So you might be wondering, well, how is Ben Gavir so popular in Israel? Well, it's become a theme for Mizrahi Jews. In order to gain acceptance into the Israeli society, they have to double down on the genocidal rhetoric. They've got to do more. They've got to say more than the theocrats, than the rabid settlers do, the Gush Eminim cult, as they call it. The state of Judea people. So he's got to prove his worth to them, and he can do that by saying the fucking crazy shit that he's wont to say on a daily basis. So that sort of explains a little bit about the psychology of why we see this Mizrahi Jew, this Jew from the Middle East, who's brown and who's scorned because of the color of his skin in Israel. In order to, like I said, overcome that ethnic hurdle, they have to really just be about Jewish pride and the Zionist state and, expansion and the greater state of Israel and committing violence against Palestinians, etc. So they're a grouping of Jewish communities that lived in the Muslim world. Mizrahi is a political sociological term that was coined with the creation of the State of Israel. It translates as Easterners in Hebrew. So they're not Ashkenazi, so therefore they're just a step below. So I think that's kind of funny. It's sort of like black cops in the United States, right? And I remember that I think it was, God, what's his name? Is it John Baldwin or Steve Baldwin? Or no, James Baldwin. James Baldwin, who is a revolutionary writer, author, and political agitator in the United States at one point in the civil rights movement, he famously said that when he was growing up, when they needed the police, if a black community had to call the police, God forbid, they prayed for a white cop, because black cops in black neighborhoods were worse than white cops towards black people. Why? Well, that would be the Mizrahi effect. It's the same conception, of the Mizrahi Jews in Israel. It's like the black cops have to really show, they have to prove themselves because they're black, and police, the police in the United States obviously systematically are racist, and they're there to, police black neighborhoods. So a black cop has to really, prove his worth, much like Ben Gvir has to prove his worth in the Israeli society. It's like Uncle Tom. It's like the Uncle Tom thing, but for Israel. All right, I think you get the idea. So Trump says vandals sabotaged the reflecting pool, but internal documents raise doubts. So yesterday, this is a developing story, but whatever company that Trump contracted to repaint the reflective pool to be this beautiful and refill it, was supposed to be this beautiful blue, crystal blue, clear pool. It's now filled with algae. The paint at the bottom, which he said, back in May, is so sturdy, so indestructible, you could try cutting it with a knife and nothing would happen. Well, now he's claiming that, as reports are surfacing, no pun intended, of the blue paint literally coming up off the floor of the pool, and people are actually grabbing it and trying to sell it, saying, "Hey, I've got a piece of the reflective pool. Here it is for $250. It could be yours." It's become a big joke, And so, he was asked about this in the Oval Office yesterday, I believe. Why this is happening, and he blames it on vandals, and he's directly contradicting himself, what he said a month ago, which was that this blue paint was indestructible. And he's saying, you couldn't cut it. Well, now he's literally saying you can cut it. He's like, well, vandals are going to the reflective pool and they're cutting the bottom of the pool with a box cutter. It's like, and there's really no evidence of this. And meanwhile, they're like dumping hydrogen peroxide into the pool, which is like little gallons of it, which is not enough. They need like so much more hydrogen peroxide if they're going to get rid of this algae problem. It's just a big fucking fiasco. So here it is, the reflecting pool seen from the Washington Monument with workers attempting to contain the algae on Sunday. So President Trump says the peeling blue coating and algae blooms that mar his $16.4 million renovation paid for by us of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool are the fault of vandals working with knives in the dark of night. Ooh. But government documents obtained by the New York Times show that while National Park Service workers found 2 cuts in sections of foam between the pool's expansion joints, those were unrelated to the American flag blue coating that is now peeling, or to the algae that has turned the pool into a bright shade of green. And this is exactly what Trump was complaining about, which is why he said we needed to renovate the pool, because it was filled with algae and it was green. It was disgusting, and he was going to renovate it, and it was going to be making pools great again. Have we heard about Gus Fring? He's now brother Gus Fring. Are you talking about, is that the guy from Breaking Bad? The kingpin, the drug kingpin from Breaking Bad? He's a big Palestine supporter, if that's what you're referring to. We did know that. He's pretty based. I'm surprised he still finds work these days. Anyway, even as the documents show workers were attempting to address deteriorating conditions, Trump administration officials were insisting publicly that the pool was pristine. It's the most beautiful, immaculate, spectacular pool in the history of pools. The pool had been drained, resealed, and then refilled by June 5th. 4 days later, Park Service workers discovered holes, cracks, peeling, along with cuts in sections of the foam, according to the documents. The cause of the cuts was unclear, while a June 9th report by the U.S. Park Police described the cuts as razor blade slashes made along a 20-foot-long stretch of the foam. The administration has yet to present evidence supporting the assertion that this was vandalism. But, it just, the evidence is that Donald Trump proclaimed it, so therefore that is true. The documents reviewed by the Times described them as two 171-foot blade cuts, but did not address how they were made. By June 16th, workers had noticed that chunks of blue sealant that covered the pool's bottom were peeling and floating to the surface. That sealant was separate from the foam in the pool's expansion joints, which allow its concrete slabs to expand and contract. The workers had also discovered that some devices installed to kill algae were not working as intended, according to the documents, and enormous algae blooms had turned portions of the pool bright green instead of dark blue. But on June 15th, Mr. Trump was still declaring the renovation a success, telling reporters that I'm very good at building things and constructing things. He has to constantly remind us as shit keeps falling apart and breaking under his presidency. Well, he's very good at building and creating things. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he did. He did become a Muslim. That's right. He did convert to Islam. That's the latest news. Yes. Breaking Bad fans in Israel are now seething. Yeah, they should be. Cry about it. Yeah, I did hear about that. He's like so disgusted. He's like, I'm converting to Islam now. Fuck this shit. Maybe I'll follow suit. Because Judaism is really shaping up to be a threat to our Islamo-Christian values. No? Maybe? Allegedly. Thank you for that chicken scratch. I'm sorry. I know I'm probably being blasphemous. I don't know what that is. I'm ashamed. I can't read Arabic, but I'm sure it's something really good. Maybe we could get a translation. Anybody know what that says? Whoops. All right, let's move on. So the reflecting pool is a centerpiece of Mr. Trump's attempts to remake the Capitol in honor of the nation's 250th birthday. The pool has been plagued by leaks and algae for decades. Mr. Trump boasted that he had repaired it quickly and affordably, but both problems have returned in force. It's like worse than it was before. Thank you. Sort of like an allegory to the war with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz and global trade. It was like, everything was fine before you started this war. Now it's worse. Everything was pretty much fine with the pool, but now it's definitely worse. Thank you, Donald J. Trump. Work to fix the problems may not be finished until July 4th or after, a setback for the president, who had pushed for the renovation project to be completed before then. So we're not going to get our beautiful, bright blue, pristine pool for the nation's 250th birthday party. That is so sad. On Saturday, Mr. Trump acknowledged the pool would have to be at least partially drained for more work. On Tuesday, the president said on social media that 6 people had been arrested and 7 others had been cited for slashing the pool's sealant with a sharp knife or razors. It was purposefully and criminally done, says he, and somebody had to work very hard, probably in the dark of night. Mr. Trump also told reporters on Monday, without offering evidence, that vandals had poured fertilizer into the pool to feed the algae. Neither the Interior Department nor the White House would provide charging documents, citations, or the names of anyone arrested. They just lie. Evidence? No. Me saying it is the evidence. They did share the Park Police incident report, which said any suspect or suspects were unknown. The report also did not mention any damage to the pool's blue sealant, nor did it describe any vandals dumping fertilizer. Sounds like Trump's just making it up as he goes. Katie Martin, a spokeswoman for the Interior Department, did not answer specific questions about the government documents, but said in an email on Tuesday that the pool was clear and reflecting beautifully. Beautiful. It's beautiful. While President Trump was restoring a crown jewel of our nation's capital, which is supported by Americans across the country, vandals were attempting to destroy, impede, and delay the ongoing work. Probably, I could wager a guess that these vandals were backed by the IRGC, no doubt. On Tuesday, portions of the pool appeared dark blue and reflected the Washington Monument and the overcast sky. I know you don't really care too much about this pool. I only half care, so maybe I'll only read half the article because that's how much I care about it. But it's just something to highlight the idiocy of our day, of our government. So I had to share that with you. So here is AOC. She's endorsing another Zionist.
New York, you deserve an attorney general who has the courage to fight for you. And that's Letitia James.
I've spent my career going after people who thought they were above the law.
And when corporations ripped off working people,
we made them pay more than $9 billion for the people of this great state.
And when guns flooded our streets and threatened our lives,
we took nearly 10,000 of them off of our streets. And we need leaders in Washington who will stand up for our neighbors. When the director of ICE came after AOC for doing her job, she had one answer.
Bring it on, because no one is going to stop us from defending
I love how they're so in lockstep, literally and figuratively, that they literally and figuratively complete each other's sentences.
Rights and our communities. Not Donald Trump, not the lobbyists, not anyone.
That's the AOC I know, a leader who delivers, bringing back millions in federal dollars to our neighborhoods.
A leader who delivers more defensive weapons to Israel.
Since getting elected, I've secured nearly $50 million for the Bronx and Queens.
We will continue to protect our communities, lower costs, and help working families prosper. Vote June 23rd.
And somewhere in the back, some Jewish financier is hand rubbing. Yes, vote. So that's Tish James,
New York,
and that is AOC's endorsement. And look at this. This is a picture of Tish James celebrating the state of Israel. This is the person getting the AOC endorsement, in case you were wondering. Why am I not surprise-a-witzed? No thanks. That's my sentiments too, E-Dog. Look at this. We found the Goy tracker. ADL is posting about this new ADL heat map, which we can call the Goy tracker. So the ADL posts this and says, curious what's been reported in your area? The ADL Heat Map Team Incorporated tracks reported incidents of hate, extremism, anti-Semitism, of course, and terrorism across the United States. You can type in your city, filter by year or time period, switch to the list view, and see what's been reported near you. So there you got it. The heat tracker, the heat map, aka the Goy tracker. I wonder what it looks like in New Orleans. Is that a hot spot? Because of me? I'll take care of her. Oh, you got them on speed dial now, huh? That's awesome. So that's what happens when you get a new initiate into the faith of Islam? You get their WhatsApp. Is that how this works? AIPAC is already there. The Israeli Foreign Ministry, the Israeli lobby, already conjuring up hate for Turkey which is their next target. The Israeli Foreign Ministry says that Hamas terrorists are based in Turkey, and they're directing attacks against Israelis. They're funding terrorism, and they're recruiting operatives. The network is exposed. The facts are clear. And then AIPAC says, why is Turkey harboring Hamas terrorists? And, of course, they get ratioed in the comments. You people are so predictable. And yet Turkey is also supplying Israel with Azerbaijani oil, by the way. So that's weird. I guess they are helping terrorism. They're giving Israel oil for its war machine, for its genocide machine. According to ex-President Rivlin, I don't know who that is, but Queen Elizabeth said that she believed that every Israeli was either a terrorist or a son of a terrorist. Wow. No one will ever convince me these inbred genocidal maniacs are God's chosen people. That is such an anti-Semitic meme, I can't. My anti-Semitic radar is just
תקשיב טוב, אדון גיס 50, מר כסיף, לא...
Another demon speaks. I am personally proud of the Holocaust of Gaza, she says, and that 80 years from now they will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did.
אתה ולא השותפים שלך שמגנים עליך מבית ומבחוץ מזיזים לנו כהוא זה. הממשלה הזו לא מגמגמת לגביך, אתה יכול להמשיך לחלום.
Anis legominimus verus sunt boni sibi amans, ed haec vox daemonion ensurientem me facit.
Wow. She's proud. She's proud of the Holocaust of Gaza. Did she actually say Holocaust of Gaza? That might be a colorful characterization. I mean, I'm sure that's what she meant, but it's a bit on the nose if she were to say that like that. Okay, I don't see where she said Holocaust. Here's Turkey, 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Does Turkey have nuclear weapons? I think they do, don't they? All right. Here's Tel Aviv Ted warning Americans, brace yourselves for terror attacks across the country. So they're grooming us. You hear this? They're grooming us for more terrorism, more false flags. False flag season is upon us.
California. Well, Sean, as we sit here right now tonight, the threat of terrorist attack is higher now than it has been in decades. And there are two
Look at that fucking schnoz. My goodness. He's got a schnoz shaped like a F-15 fighter jet. That thing is imposing.
Causes of it. Number one,
that thing is imposing its will upon my eyes right now. Please, no.
We had 4 years under Joe Biden of open borders. We had 12 million people flood across the border. Basically an open invitation to every terrorist, every Hamas and Hezbollah and IRGC terrorist, come to America.
Shameless fear-mongering. Shameless lies. All so we can funnel more weapons and money to Israel, who's totally not reliant on the U.S. superpower, by the way. They rely on Hashem and Hashem alone. And we know that Hashem needs every yid, as we learned. Look at this little Twitter spat between Yuri Israel, who's cosplaying as an IDF soldier on Twitter, apparently, and Anna Kasparian. Yuri Israel asks Anna, Are you openly advocating for my death? Anna says yes. Yuri says, name a place. I'll give you a chance. You can even bring your shit-for-brains slobbering boss, Cenk Uygur. My God, have mercy on those horrible eyelashes if you don't succeed. What are you going to do with her eyelashes, Yuri? Jesus, that's... Sounds like you're going to mutilate her corpse. But, you know, obviously what's really apparent here is that they always offer to fight women or children. Notice they'll never pick a fight with a based Giga Chad like an IRGC soldier or a Hezbollah soldier. No. Let's save that that violence for American pundits. So the UN... Oh, wow. Damn, that fucking scared me. I'm so sorry. It says the UN Commission of Inquiry says Israel is committing a genocide they finally have acknowledged, apparently. The UN Commission of Inquiry says Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza by deliberately targeting children. Blakely says, thanks for confirming what we've all been screaming for years now, and we're attacked, censored, and accused of being anti-Semites. Here's a link to the article from the BBC. It says a UN Commission of Inquiry says Israel has deliberately targeted Palestinian children, resulting in genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes in the Gaza Strip, as well as war crimes in the occupied West Bank. A new report alleges that Israeli authorities and security forces have deliberately carried out acts of inflicting death and severe bodily and mental harm on hundreds of thousands of Palestinian children, and that the killings continued even after last October's ceasefire in Gaza. No shit, Sherlock. The commission says it has reasonable grounds to conclude that those acts form part of a deliberate strategy to destroy the future of the Palestinians in Gaza by targeting their children. Israel's foreign ministry said it utterly rejects the commission's report. Of course it does. And then it shat its diaper and started crying, calling it a libelous sham and a propaganda piece as outrageous as its previous ones. The whole world is just ganging up on poor little tiny Israel for absolutely no reason at all. The Israeli military launched a campaign in Gaza in response to the unprecedented attack, blah, blah, blah. At least 73,000 people have been killed in Israel attacks in Gaza. You can pump that up by like another 700,000 maybe, and then you'll be in the ballpark of the right figure, BBC, but okay. The Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, otherwise known as the OPT, the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the OPT and Israel was established by the UN Human Rights Council in 2021 to investigate alleged violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. So think about that. This very commission was organized in 2021, 2 years before the genocide, I would say ramped up, but you could say genocide started in the Gaza Strip. They were already forming lines of inquiry, organizations devoted to assessing what crimes against humanity were taking place in the occupied Palestinian territory. Its 3-member expert panel does not officially speak for the UN, it says. Last September, the commission accused Israel. I thought the UN already, at least a couple of its agencies have already admitted or acknowledged that there is a famine engineered by Israel that's happening in Gaza, and B, a genocide. So I don't know why this is news exactly, but a report said that there were reasonable grounds to conclude that 4 of the 5 acts of genocide defined under the 1948 Genocide Convention had been carried out by Israeli authorities and security forces. Just think about the irony. The 1948 Genocide Convention, formulated in the same year that Israel was birthed or shat into existence by the UN partition plan, even that, that agency, the Genocide Convention, was formulated because of the Holocaust of the Jewish people. And now the one and only Jewish state is considering the Genocide Convention to be anti-Semitic, if you can believe it. Israel strongly rejected that report, calling it distorted and false. The commission has previously concluded that Hamas and other Palestine armed groups committed war crimes, blah, 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 sure thing. Last October, Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire. A little bit of backlog there. The Commission's new report says Israel has targeted Palestinian children in Gaza directly by shooting at their vital organs using precision weapons such as quadcopter drones and snipers, and by using high-impact weapons and strikes on residential buildings, schools, and displacement camps crowded with children. Israel is also legally responsible for failing to protect Palestinian children from being targeted by Israeli soldiers and settlers in the West Bank. The report also says that children in Gaza and the West Bank, especially adolescent boys, have been arrested, tortured, and ill-treated in Israeli prisons and detention facilities, and that it has documented incidents of sexual and gender-based violence targeting Palestinian children, often during arrests or in detention. Israeli attacks on neonatal and pediatric hospitals in Gaza have meanwhile systematically dismantled children's access to life-sustaining care, undermining their survival as a protected group, according to the report. So when Israelis say that they're fighting a war, we have to look at the evidence and say, I guess they're fighting a war against children. It also accuses Israel of using starvation as a method of war and warns that restrictions on the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza have produced acute and chronic malnutrition among children in Gaza, removing the basic conditions necessary for their survival. And it alleges that through attacks on schools, mass displacement, and enforced closures, Israeli authorities have systematically disrupted children's ability to learn, thereby sabotaging the intellectual and social foundations of Palestinian society itself. And that's the goal all along. The Israeli Foreign Ministry condemned the report, saying the commission was a fundamentally flawed mechanism whose very purpose is to single out and vilify Israel rather than seek the truth, even though the fucking report and the organization tasked with producing the report was created expressly for defending the Jewish people and the crimes that the Jewish people have been victims to. It completely erases Israeli children who were brutally murdered, kidnapped, targeted, while ignoring Hamas's cynical use of Palestinian children as human shields and pawns of war. This is exactly what Israel does. They are the cynics. They are the ones that kill the Palestinian children, targeting them, specifically targeting them, to destroy them, and then claiming cynically that, the Palestinians are just using their own children as human shields. I mean, if there's any evidence of cynicism, it's on part of the Israelis. It accused the commission of lacking any credible verification mechanism for its claims. Israel's leaders have consistently rejected allegations of genocide and say its military operations in Gaza have been conducted in self-defense, blah, blah, blah. They have also insisted that Israeli forces have operated in accordance with international law, if you can believe it. The ICG is currently hearing a case brought by South Africa that accuses Israeli forces of genocide, but it could take years to reach a conclusion. Israel has called the case wholly unfounded and based on biased and false claims, of course. Okay, here is Albania. Protests in Albania are escalating. Demonstrators now call for the resignation of the entire government amid growing anger over the proposed Kushner-Ivanka Trump development project. What began... Sorry, it's really loud. What began as opposition to a luxury development is rapidly turning into a broader political crisis. All right, all power to Albania. We are all Albanian, baby.
She is banned entry.
Oh, Lord. Here we go. Hey, look, if you say that the Jews control the banks, that is deeply anti-Semitic, but also if you say that, we will cancel your bank account.
From the United States. She cannot use a bank card. She cannot use a debit card. She is banned entry from the United States. She cannot use a bank card. She cannot use a debit card. She cannot receive a payment. It sends a message of deterrence, and after she was sanctioned, we got her husband, who works for the World
No more banking for you.
Bank, who shares in her incitement. He was demoted from his position at the World Bank for incitement to hate.
Stop saying that the Jews control the banks.
As far as Palestine is concerned,
So this Zionist lawfare activist, his name is Hillel Nuer. He's gloating over his control of the banking system and using it against UN. Okay, so they're talking about UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese, of course, the rabid anti-Semite. How dare she stand with the Palestinians? Sergei Lavrov says we all have to be ashamed for not resolving the Palestinian issue.
As far as Palestine is concerned, we all have to be ashamed. That is what I'm going to say. Because the attempts that had been made for many years with a view to remove Palestine from the priorities of the world community, unfortunately, have started to bear fruit. And incidentally, I would like to remind you that in autumn last year, when our American counterparts tabled a draft resolution on the peace board under the auspices of President Trump, we didn't see anything in that resolution that in any case tied the American plan for Gaza to the decisions we still have in force that have been adopted by the UN Security Council of the UN General Assembly. The Americans, even though we pointed out that, said that they were not going to add anything to their resolution, and we were seriously concerned whether that resolution would be of any help to Palestinians. We didn't veto that resolution together with our Chinese friends because the Palestinians themselves and others asked us to let that resolution through. This resolution was adopted without China and with Russia, but we abstained. That is, we did not veto.
Yeah, Martin, Russia and Palestine are fighting the same enemy.
The resolution, and basically we committed ourselves to implementing that resolution. And I would also like to say that our president has officially addressed the American leadership, saying that the money that had been, the Russian money that had been illegally frozen in the U.S., our reserves, to the tune of several billions. Our president said that 1 billion out of this money could be directed free of charge to the peace board to rebuild Gaza. It's soon going to be a year since we said that. So far, there's been no response, so we do not understand whether the authors of the plan are interested in really securing funding for that, or maybe this land is going to be turned into a Riviera.
He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck about that Board of Peace shit? You remember that? Here's who the Epstein Coalition wants us to hate. This is a video from Gaza showing children playing among the rubble, turning a wrecked car into a toy and a destroyed neighborhood into a playground. That's right. Lock in. Lock it in. Jesse's right. If you don't clock in and lock in, there is going to be hell to pay, to ball. Nick Cruz says the NATO left siding with Banderite Nazis and the genocidal West over the Russian people is completely unforgivable. Russian President Vladimir Putin, a coup d'etat was carried out in Ukraine. The regime was brought to power that was crazy and anti-Russian. He's speaking of the coup d'etat in 2014, the U.S. CIA NED-backed coup that deposed their democratically elected leader, Yanukovych, installed Petro Poroshenko, I'm pretty sure, or one of them. I'm pretty sure it was Petro Poroshenko, and then Poroshenko was superseded by Zelensky. So he's 1,000% correct about that. He says the regime was brought to power that was crazy and anti-Russian. They were the ones who started the hostilities in Donbass. They used aviation, they used tanks, artillery, and so on, practically against the civilian population. For 8 years we endured. We tried to reach an agreement with them in every way. Then they announced that they would not reach an agreement by peaceful means. Well, we were forced to stand up for the protection of the people who live there. Iranian president says if we do not have our defensive missiles, Israel and America would have plowed through Iran the way Gaza was plowed through. Absolutely correct. Showing no mercy to the old or the young. They speak of human rights. It is a great lie. It's very nice to hear the truth.
به هیچ وقت وجود نخواهد داشت. اگر ما موشکامون که برای دفاع از خودمون بود نبود، اسرائیل ایران رو و آمریکا ایران رو مثل غزه شخم می‌زدن و به پیر و جوان رحم نمی‌کردن. اینا از حقوق بشر دم می‌زنن. دروغ بزرگی است. و اگر ما نمیتونستیم از خودمون دفاع کنیم، قطعاً کشور ما رو اینا رحم نمی‌کردن و قدرت ما رو نابود می‌کردن.
I can't believe it, but the Iranian president is fighting for the freedom of everyday Americans. That's the world that we live in. There's no fucking nationalism in the age of transnational finance capitalism. No. Nationalism be damned. That's just a thing for the goys to be distracted with. It's a polite fiction, this idea of nationalism. Ew! Another baby crying. Ben Gavir on Lebanon. J.D. Vance asked me, what's your solution? I told him, my solution is to do to today's Nazis what you did to the Nazis. Hezbollah are Nazis.
כן, הוא גם יותר מזה, הוא אמר, מה הפתרון שלך? אמרתי לו, הפתרון שלי זה לעשות את מה שעשיתם לנאצים.
Alislega minimus verus un boni sibiamans, ed haec vox daemonion ensurientem me facit.
כזה, וזה מה שאני רוצה מהנשיא ונץ, ואתה יודע מה, שלא ייפגע.
Man, that demon really wants a faucet. Give me a faucet. I must poison the water coming out of the faucet. So Israel, literally the page known as Israel, it's like the Twitter page for Israel, says they have a new official ice cream flavor. They're riffing, they're biting off of Ben & Jerry's, which, if you know, Ben & Jerry's is based. They're actually pro-Palestine. I even think they have a pro-Palestine flavor. Well, now Israel has retaliated against Ben & Jerry's. They've created their own ice cream, and they've stolen. Of course, they have to steal. They have to steal the branding aesthetic of Ben & Jerry's, but make it Israeli, and then claim that, oh, we came up with this. It's called Milk and Honey, which is made with milk from Kibbutz Alumim. I don't trust a goddamn thing from Israel, at least alone their milk. Milk probably curded from the intestines of newly born Goyim babies. No thank you. Ben & Jerry's. Honey from Kibbutz Yad Mordechai, and was created to support communities in southern Israel. Southern occupied Palestine. And look, they've got a little chocolate cookie thing here. It's in the shape of a Satan star.
And they will move. They will.
Here's speaking of cute. Here is settler movement leader Daniela Wise describing a starvation strategy to expel Palestinians from Gaza. She says this is just genius. I mean, who would have thought of this? After not giving them food, anything, and causing famine, they will leave and the world will accept them.
And they will move. They will.
What's funny is that the people that engineered this famine, when they leave, the world will not accept them.
The Arabs will move. Why do you say that? If you don't get them, if you don't give them, so we don't get them food, we don't get the Arabs anything, they will have to leave. The world will not accept them.
It's refreshing, at the very least, it's refreshing when an Israeli just says the quiet part aloud. They don't try to put up any pretense that, oh, we've delivered the humanitarian aid. Oh, no, Hamas is sabotaging the aid. That's why the Palestinians are not getting fed. We delivered this tonnage of aid to Gaza, blah, 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 as if that they're patting themselves on the back, which, even if it were true, doesn't nullify the illegal blockade that requires the Palestinians to ask Israel for food. You know, that's a violation of their right to self-determine, obviously. But let's just dispense with that. I mean, she's not making any lies about it. She's saying, no, we're definitely intentionally starving them, And here's why. Because we want them to leave. Thank you. Why can't every Israeli or liberal Zionist just be as honest as Daniela Wise? I know it's despicable to listen to her talk as she speaks so callously about the Palestinians and about other human life. But at the very least, like I say, she's honest. She's not lying about it. And I wish a lot of these Zionists would just say the truth, man. Stop lying. You're so proud of your state, right? You're so proud about what you're doing. Why are you lying about it? So I say, let Daniela Weiss speak. Let's have more clips of Daniela Weiss. Every time she opens her mouth, she shows the rest of the world what Israel's up to, what Israel's about, and why there's no redeeming this crazy fucking society. Sony Thang is always erudite in his posts. Let's read this. I haven't read it, but I see it and then I repost it and then I read it later and I'm like, yes, that's why I reposted it without reading it, because it's always correct. Let's see what he has to say. He says the rot at the center expresses itself most clearly in what the civilization cannot do anymore. It cannot build infrastructure. So the United States still has not completed a modern, dedicated, high-speed rail line between two major cities comparable to those China builds as routine construction. Decades of announcements, studies, lawsuits, overruns, delays, and unfinished track, while elsewhere entire networks are built. It cannot respond to a pandemic without turning public health into a partisan battlefield. It cannot pass a budget on schedule. It cannot rebuild a city it allowed to drown. That's right, New Orleans, that's my city. 20 years after Katrina, significant portions of New Orleans' lower Ninth Ward has not been rebuilt. It cannot house its own population. The wealthiest country in the history of human civilization has people dying on the streets of its richest cities in sight of buildings whose apartments are owned by sovereign wealth funds and left empty as investment vehicles. These are not failures of resources. They are failures of political will, institutional capacity, and collective imagination, all of which are corroded by the same process. You see why I repost this guy? When plunder is the economic model, you optimize for extraction, not construction. And in fact, just as I'm learning with Michael Hudson's book, it's an extractive economy, not a productive economy. You get very good at taking, you forget how to build. Despite what Donald Trump says, that he's a builder and a creator. And one day you look at your own country and realize that the society you are supposedly defending abroad, the society worth bombing other countries to protect, well, you forgot to maintain it at home. And that sort of calls to mind that other contradiction that I love to talk about, because I love talking about contradictions. And it's the contradiction of the United States in its vain attempt to preserve its colonial periphery, which we could take to mean its dollar hegemony, its power over trade routes, shipping lanes, oil pipelines, the global supply chain, and the territories and the countries that obviously, provide this infrastructure. In order to hollow, and as they're doing that, they're hollowing out their core. They're hollowing out the actual country of the United States. Because all of our money is being spent trying to preserve imperialism around the world. We're not taking care of our own country. So the empire went everywhere, and the republic quietly hollowed out. There it is. I didn't even read that yet, but he's right on point. Hollowed out while no one was watching. Here is another sad post. Israel killed Julia in Khan Yunis, Gaza today. Dr. Morandi says, disgusting Zionist monsters. News at 10. This woman who performed Nazi salute at protest is unmasked as the owner of 2 kosher cafes inside a Jewish hospital. It's totally normal behavior. Here's another headline. Jewish woman stabs herself twice and stages an anti-Semitic hate crime in France.
I'm very clear. Israel.
Here's Keir Starmer, who just resigned yesterday over his corruption as the Prime Minister of Britain. Starmer in October 23 says Israel does have the right to cut off power and water from Gaza.
I'm very clear. Israel does have that right to defend herself, and Hamas bears responsibility.
A siege is appropriate? Cutting off power, cutting off water?
Well, I think that Israel does have that right. It is an ongoing situation. Obviously, everything should be done within international law.
Well, then they don't have that right. You can't. He's literally speaking out of both sides of his mouth in the same interview, seemingly in the same sentence, in the same response. Israel has the right to defend itself. Yes, Israel has the right, he says, to cut off power and water to the Gaza Strip. But obviously they must do that in accordance with international law. Well, according to international law, they don't have the right to cut off power and water and food to the Gaza Strip. Thank you.
But I don't want to step away from the sort of core principles that Israel has a right to defend herself and Hamas bears responsibility.
He doesn't want to step away from that talking point. He doesn't want to acknowledge the material conditions. He just wants to double down on Israel's right to defend itself.
For these terrorist acts. And I would call on all...
Whatever Israel does, obviously, is in self-defense.
Responsible states, particularly Middle East responsible states, to call this out for what it is and to stand with the world in utterly condemning these actions by Hamas. I'm very clear.
Yeah, you are
what
very
we're trying
clear
to do is
that you're a fucking war criminal. So now J.D. Vance is saying not only does Israel have a right to defend itself, but every other nation in the region has a right to defend itself.
what we're trying to do is to say, first of all, Israel and
Which I think is not appropriate, right? Israel is an exceptional state with an exceptional people. Obviously, they only have the right to self-defense, and the rest of the region does not. So I'm sure that Israelis are upset by J.D. Vance's statement here.
every other nation in the region has the right of self-defense, but we want to make sure that everybody has that right of self-defense in the background where we're talking about how to de-escalate these conflicts rather than...
This is such a word soup salad of nothing. And I watched the full, not the full press conference, but that full answer that he's giving. And it's just like, see, he's such a smooth-talking politician, and it's funny because the shit that's going on with the Trump administration and with Iran and with Israel, it's all just fucking complete debauchery. It's the most depraved shit. I mean, we're bombing schools, we're committing genocides in Lebanon and Palestine. We're trying to commit a genocide against the Iranian people. And then he has this smiley guy gets up in front of the podium and, here's what's going on. He puts a nice little sanitization on it, a nice little face upon all this criminality. And it's such a contradiction once again. But that's what he's here to do. And even in his answer, he's like, well, you see, all that bad shit is happening, but there's a lot of sophistication going on. Obviously, it's a delicate process. But you see, we want all that. We want Israel to violate the ceasefire. We want Israel to bomb Lebanon. But we want to have this background of there's talks going on. We're talking about things. We're negotiating about negotiating. So therefore, at least it's a little bit more plausible and legitimate.
Spiraling out of control. Sometimes what will happen is that if the conflict spirals out of control, that's worse for everybody's self-defense and worse for everybody's security.
So he also said, because the reporter asked him, and I forget the exact way he worded it, but it was something to the effect of, what do you make of, Donald Trump issuing these statements at the moment that you, J.D. Vance, go to Switzerland and you're talking with the Iranians face-to-face, trying to cut a deal. What does Donald Trump tell a reporter? He's telling a reporter that he's going to bomb Iran again. and if they don't open the strait, he's making all these threats. He's saying he's going to assassinate the Iranian negotiation team before they get back to Iran, from Switzerland to Iran. And what does J.D. Vance say to all this? He says, well, essentially it's locker room talk. He's like, this is just millennials, according to us millennials, this is just trash talk. That's all it is. It's just trash talk. Obviously the Iranians were talking trash, which they weren't. They've always just responded very measuredly to Trump's antics, and they've only responded in accordance with international law and said, well, if you do this, we're going to defend ourselves. But apparently J.D. Vance is characterizing that as trash talk. So really the trash talk started with Iran, and then Trump just had to, set the record straight, is how J.D. Vance is characterizing it. So nice mental gymnastics out of J.D. Vance. In case you were wondering, if you're struggling to pay your bills, your taxes are funding Israel. I can't believe that's a real bimbo. I saw himbo. Billboard. Your taxes fund Israel. I can't believe they allowed this anti-Semitic billboard to go up. Apparently, China is imposing sanctions on several U.S. companies. I'd love to hear more about this. Direct targets and high volatility tickers. Red Cat holding Oshkosh.
今天带大家看看尼泊尔穷人的日常生活。
Trump had another meltdown. Man, I thought that was a real picture for a second. This is big news. Now the turns have tabled in geopolitical economics. While U.S. still remaining biggest GDP, while China being second in the world. I don't actually think that the United States has the biggest GDP. Okay, because the way that we calculate the gross domestic product of the United States has nothing to do with the goods and services producing sector of the economy. And this is something I'm learning from Michael Hudson. The GDP is a fallacy. Basically, it's a scam. It's not actually reflective of anything of value, because most of what is factored into the GDP is considered financial overhead for a debt-serviced economy. Basically, the GDP is inflated to be this big-ass number, but that big-ass number is overwhelmingly due to the FIRE sector, which is considered the finance, insurance, and real estate sector. So what that just means is when the banks raise interest rates, or they inject more money or capital or credit into the economy, it's to service, this debt that is accumulating exponentially. And most of the money is, tied up in the stock market. We know that. But most of the money goes to financial institutions. And financial institutions themselves are very predatory, obviously. They're extractive. They extract a profit, but they don't actually produce anything. So, when the banks raise interest rates, that means that, real estate assets go up in price. So what's happening in America is that homes and real estate itself is increasing in price, but nothing has changed to the value of that property. There's no new building, no new capital investments have gone into the real estate. It's the same property, it's the same home, it's the same land, but it's somehow more expensive now. And because it's more expensive, new investors have to acquire bigger loans from the bank to pay off, the interest rates and the principal on the real estate, and so that's considered part of the GDP. But there's nothing valuable being produced. So most of it, like we call it, it's financial overhead. It's just financial transactions. It's, for example, if a company like Chevron gets sued for polluting a community or something, they have to pay out, and they have to hire lawyers, and they have to pay out for their financial fraud, for example. That's considered part of the GDP. So financial fraud is considered productive. So, neoliberals like to tout the GDP as this, evidence of neoliberal economics and capitalism as being, just a wonder. It's look at us, we're the richest country. But if you only factored into the industrial base, if you only actually counted the amount of profits that were achieved through, consumer products and things that were productive in the economy, things that provided value, the number would be exponentially smaller. And I think if you were to take away that financial overhead and actually accurately depict the GDP, China's GDP would be far greater. I don't know. That's just my hunch at this point. I haven't, crunched the numbers. But I have learned that as you financialize the economy, there's a consequence of that, and that is you deindustrialize, because more money, most of our income, which we achieve through wages via our labor, is used, it goes to banks ultimately. It goes to service debt. We have all these economic rents that we have to pay each month, the cost of living. You have economic rent, you have housing, you might have school debt, you have to pay income tax, sales tax, you've got to pay health care, et cetera, et cetera. I'm blanking on a few of the other ones, but there's just before you even get your wages, it's already gone to the banks. And it's speculated, or it's been reported through studies that something like 40% on average of American wage paycheck, is spent on just the cost of housing. 40% of your paycheck goes to housing. When you factor in all of the other little rents that we have to pay, I forgot about internet. There's these monopoly rents that we have to pay, which just means like paying out for utilities, because the utilities that we pay for are privatized. So that ultimately goes to the big banks anyway. So when you factor in all the economic rents that we have to pay on top of the housing, we have, if we're lucky, a third of our paycheck to spend on actual goods and services, on actual consumer products. So that shows you that most of the money, most of the economy is extractive. It's parasitic. It's not actually producing anything of value. We just pay for the, labor and income gets taxed, not wealth or assets. Okay? Do you understand that? I'm sure that you do. It's really not that hard to understand. The big banks are the final boss of finance capitalism. We live in an age of finance capitalism. The big banks, the financing class, are the final boss. And that's why I think if I ever ran for office, which I'm sure I won't, but I think I would platform a policy of debt cancellation and nationalizing banking, nationalizing the entire banking system as a public utility. And that would be very scary for the disgraced financier class. I would probably get disappeared by the CIA almost immediately if that platform ever gained popularity, because that would be essentially calling out who the actual problem, who are actually the cause of the entire problems with this economy, which is linked to the genocide in Palestine, of course. All of it. It's all related, Yeah, no Federal Reserve. We would abolish the Federal Reserve. Absolutely. That's what nationalizing the banking system would do. But yeah, we've got to push back when neoliberals talk about the GDP. It's not reflective of the productive economy. And like I just want to stick this point in your mind that when you financialize, you deindustrialize. Just like when you expropriate from other countries, you dispossess. You dispossess people. You know, for every action begets an opposite but equal reaction. So you can't financialize the economy. You can't financialize capital without deindustrializing capital. So, and another thing I've learned is that when incredulously these neoliberals have co-opted every classical economic concept to subvert its meaning and for it to mean the opposite of what it actually historically meant. Case in point, the free market. We hear every neoliberal capitalist apologist talk about the beauty of the free market. But the free market, what they're espousing, what they're promoting in the context of finance capitalism is the freedom for the banks to exploit us via fraudulent financial transactions, predatory loans, loan sharking, as it were, hiking up interest rates arbitrarily. It's a big Ponzi scheme, right? Because what is a Ponzi scheme if not a scheme where you corral investors for this fake product that doesn't actually turn a profit, and in order to keep the scheme going, you got to pay out these early investors by getting new investors. So you take the new investors' money and you give it to the old investors, and so that way, as long as you're getting new money in all the time, you can keep the scheme going. But eventually, it's going to collapse because when the payouts don't match how much money you actually can, how much investment, and once there's no new money coming in, or once you hit a lull or something, you can't pay out the investors, then that's when it all collapses, right? Well, that's like the banking system here. That's like the financial system. That's the fire sector itself. The banks, create these arbitrary interest rates. They raise the price of real estate, and the debt increases. And in order to service this exponentially growing amount of debt, they just create more money. So, like, new money gets created to finance these investments. And so what do they have to do? They have to keep finding new investors to pay out the old investors. And it's literally just like a Ponzi scheme. So when they say that, like, the free market, they mean it, the freedom for banks to charge economic rent, which is not what classical economics and classical economists like Adam Smith, who every neoliberal likes to tout as like this, capitalist guy. If Adam Smith were living today, we might consider him a Marxist, because when he said free market, when the physiocrats of the 18th century in France, who like basically formulated what came to be known as classical economics, and Adam Smith was a part of that, and he went off to write The Wealth of Nations. When they talked about the free market, they meant freedom from economic rents. They were trying to get rid of the landlord class. They realized that France was in debt and it was going bankrupt because most of the revenue that was created in France in the 18th century, in the late 18th century, which ultimately led to the French Revolution, was flowing to the landlord class. Most of the money was just economic rent. And they said, we need to stop paying landlords, this private class, for making money while they sleep, basically. They're not producing anything. They're just, charging rent each month. But the land just exists, it's whether or not the rent is this or the rent is that, the land's the same. The land is indestructible. It's always there. It was there before the banking class. It's there before the landlord class. It'll be there after those classes. So they thought up the idea of land tax. You put rent as your tax base, instead of, it being extractive. Because the thinking was, if we're going to charge for land, like, let's have it go back into the public. Let's go back, let's have it go back in funding public infrastructure, and that will be your tax that you pay for. And they saw how parasitic it was to charge labor and income for economic rents, which were, like I said, extractive, not producing anything of value. So, the free market, like I was saying, was meant to be freedom from the landlord class, freedom from unearned income, what they considered unearned income, which is taboo today. No finance capitalist, no venture capitalist, no private equity investor would ever acknowledge that there's such a thing as unearned income. But yet this was sort of the basis, the foundation of Adam Smith's philosophy and the foundation of classical economics itself. So now they say free market, but it's directly antithetical to what classical economics espoused. Does that make sense? Yeah, they wanted to end usury. Now we live in a usurious economic system. That's all of it. It's all usury. That's most of our GDP is just usury. Insane. The U.S. used to be the only country in the world imposing unilateral sanctions on other countries, but China is slowly taking U.S. path and using the same method against the U.S. Yep. It's a dialectical process, and it happens whether you like it or not.
What do you
Weird.
say? When you hear...
Anyway, hey, Jesse, thank you for the cheer there. Remember that when turkeys... I know people like to say it's Turkey. No, okay? It's just Turkey. Just kidding. Remember when Turkey's economy was on the brink of collapse because they were so morally and theologically opposed to increasing interest rates? Yeah. When was that? That sounds pretty... Turkey sounds pretty anti-Semitic and based. Yep. I was also learning about the corn laws. I've been learning about classical economics, and classical economics is almost like, you would consider Marx a classical economist, excuse me. You would consider Marx a classical economist as well. He was like the pinnacle, as far as I understand it, the pinnacle of classical economics. He built upon Adam Smith and David Ricardo's theories about price, value, and rent, and also labor, of course. And I was learning about the Corn Laws of 1815 and how Napoleon, after the French Revolution, went on a spat of starting wars. And in 1798, let's just do a little history lesson here for you. Let's see, when was the Britain-France war started by Napoleon? I bet it was in 1798, right? Nope. Okay, it was 1803. Well, what the fuck? Well, something's happened in 1798, okay? Michael Hudson said the war started in 1798, but this says 1803. So Britain declares war on France in 1803. Now, this leads to a naval blockade of the island of Britain. France imposes a blockade, a continental blockade, against British imports. So Britain can no longer import food, cheap grain, cheap agricultural products from the mainland European continent. And as a result, it forces Britain at the time, in the early 1800s, to strengthen its agricultural base, right? And as a result, agricultural land becomes more expensive. So as a result of this war against France, Britain empowers its landlord class to make more money off of its agrarian land rents. And they also charge more for food as a result as well. So food gets more expensive. Land gets more expensive. The landlord class is laughing all the way to the bank, of course, at this time. And then, I think in 1815 is when the war ends. Yeah, it lasts until 1815. So in 1815, there's no more blockade. The war's over. So now Britain can return to its pre-war policy of importing food at less of a cost. However, this upsets the landlord class, of course. And they persuade the government, and I'm not sure how, I'm sure they bankroll it, but they are able to engineer a law called, or a set of laws called the Corn Laws. And what this does, it's kind of reminiscent of what Trump is doing right now, which is it imposed high tariffs and trade restrictions on food imports from other countries. And it was, think about it, that's an artificial contrivance, right? There's no need to do that unless, you want to benefit the landlord class, the rentier class, as it were. So there's this big, friction happening in British society as a result. A lot of people, specifically the banking class, paradoxically you might think, or unintuitively you might think, the banking class was against this. They were actually antagonistic towards the landlord class, and I'll explain why in a second. But the banking class allied with the industrialists, the producers, the capitalist producers, the industrial producers of the society, and the banking class, both wanted to repeal the Corn Laws because we don't need them. We're just going to enrich the landlords, and foods and land is becoming more expensive. This doesn't make sense for us. And so this started sort of like an internal trade war. I don't know if you call it a trade war, but an internal friction between the classes in British society at the time. The Corn Laws were eventually repealed in 1846, but so this whole thing the Corn Laws sparked this controversial debate. And on one side of the debate, you had the banking class and the industrialists, and their spokesperson was a guy named David Ricardo, who was a classical economist, and he argued on behalf of the banking system, which at the time, like I said, was not usurious to the point that it is now, I guess. And they actually opposed the Corn Laws for a very self-interested, cynical reason, of course. They wanted to promote industrialism. They wanted to promote the industrial base because they made money off of foreign trade. There was, usury was banned according to Christian laws at the time in Great Britain. But, however, there was a loophole, of course. The banks could charge foreign exchange fees. So if they, finance trades happening in foreign countries, they would make profits off of taking in foreign currencies and exchanging them and changing them into the British pound, I guess. So they would make money off of that, and so they wanted to encourage the industrial base to go and do its colonial shit abroad because the banks would make a lot of money. So the banks aren't, the banking class isn't exactly rosy in this picture. They're not saints, but they did oppose the landlord rentier class at this time for that reason. But now, I think you can obviously say that the banking class and the landlord class have allied together in the United States to the detriment of the industrial class. And I'm not even going to say that there's a huge antagonism there because I think industrial monopolists, obviously in the United States, are making hand over fist. They've never been richer. and they do that through the banking system too. So it's one big grift, and they're all in on it. But I think that there's more of an alliance between the banking and landlord class of today than it was in the early 19th century of Great Britain. Okay, the bank lord class. Yeah, there you go. You just amalgamize it there. The banksters. I know, that's what I like to call them. So there's a little bit of history there for you. And I just want to put in your mind the dichotomy, the contradiction between classical economics and neoliberalism, modern economics, which is a complete bastardization of classical economics and a subversion of history. Like Michael Hudson says, if you believe in history, then you can't believe in modern economics, and if you believe in modern economics, then you can't believe in history. They're two antithetically opposed concepts. But coupled with that, you had industrial capitalism of the 19th century in contradiction with the 20th and 21st century finance capitalism. And those are two opposing conceptions, as it were. All right. The gangbangsters. Gang banking. It's like there's gang banging, but then there's gang banking, which is what the Epstein class does. In addition to gang banging, it's just gang banging and gang banking. The coin clipping class. Okay. So that concludes my little history lesson for you today. I hope you enjoyed it. Now let's move to the Discord, yeah? Let's see what you hooligans have been posting. AKA just banking, yeah. Exactly. Also known as banking.
Yo soy Jacinto el Grande. ¡Toma! Si serás imbécil, Jacinto. Todos mis antepasados son judíos. ¿Ah, sí? Pues mira lo que tengo. ¡Heil Hitler! ¡Ah!
No comment. That was deeply anti-Semitic, and we must disavow all Nazi symbols and hate. There is no place for hate in this YouTube live stream, okay? We live in accordance with the YouTube community guidelines, and we disavow any hateful symbols or rhetoric of all kinds. We are a love stream. A lot of people call it a live stream. I call it a love stream. It's a living, lovable love stream. Live, laugh, love is what I always say, in fact. YouTube. Anyway, we saw this clip about that already. I don't want to be redundant here. A Palestinian girl cried out in anguish as she desperately pleaded for help the moment her brother was injured before her eyes in an Israeli airstrike on Al-Mawasi. Once again. I just like watching this, and I am just sipping my Spindrift, being like, damn, that sucks. I just feel so detached from all this, you know? It's like my liberal privilege is always on display at all times. Without me even just doing anything. Just me existing. It's like, and there's all this fucking shit being done at my expense. I mean, like, not my expense, but my, our tax-paying expense. Like, we are complicit in this. And here are, little Palestinian girls crying their eyes out because their brother was killed in an Israeli airstrike. And look, and now they're running. They're like, it might happen again. What the fuck? Why'd they run away all of a sudden? We saw that picture of just a huge amount of tents, like tens of thousands of tents. You're eating salad, I swear. Same ship, Wrath. You're on the same ship? I didn't know that we were on the same ship, unless you meant shit. And why are we talking about salads? Hi, Hashem. Saeed, you're gonna get me in trouble. That's pretty hilarious, though. Hi, Hashem. Oh my god. I'm using that. I'm stealing it. I'm definitely Israeli-ing that term. Thank you. You're calling me an idiot? Wow. Wow. Look at this. My biggest supporter. Look what he thinks of me. What is me drinking oh, you're eating a salad. Okay, I get you. I get you. Yeah, we're both pretty privileged here. You're eating a salad. I'm drinking a Spindrift. But like, seriously though, idiot? Did you have to? That's a low blow, man. Also, like, I know, but how do you know? How did you know that I'm an idiot? Because of what I do on a daily basis here? Because I'm always exposing myself to my own stupidity for my audience? Is that what you're saying? All right, Saeed, you know what? Call me idiot. That's fine, but I don't know, man. Kind of seems like you do this, I don't know, 13 or 14 more times. I'm going to get really upset. Anyway, you heard it here first from my most ardent supporter. Thinks I'm an idiot. This is what it's like being Rathbone in 2026, you see? The Rathbone is tired. This is what I have to deal with. It's okay. I'll get over it. He's got no food. He's still got his youthful innocence and his joy. Martin, you little silly bitch. So you have time for FIFA World Cup. You're excited about Norway winning. And yet you're fucking in Denmark, brother. All right? You're not even Norwegian. And you're simping for another Nordic state? I mean, what kind of bullshit is this? And now you're telling me you're too tired to watch the rest of my stream? Why? Did you spend your day watching Goy Slop? Were you goy nipping? With your FIFA football? It's not fair, man. Guess what Israelis will make fun of? I don't know. What would they make fun of? They make fun of me a lot, you know. I've had it too, man. I've had it with him. Tirelessly on your project? What project is that? Being a dingleberry? Your project of what? Moving out of your mom's basement? Because you finally got a burger flipping job? Come on, Martin. You're 37 years old and you're still living in your mom's apartment? You know that your dad moved out because of you? He's like, I can't take this shithead anymore. I mean, I don't know about you, Martin, but I'd be a little embarrassed at this point about my life and my little project. Oh, Wow. So you're working with the Mossad. Awesome. Just what we need. More AI chatbots. I'm sure you're doing some great work. You're doing the work of Baal. Thank you, Martin. That's awesome. I know. I don't mean to shit on regular work. I know that sounded pretty insensitive. I've had these jobs, okay? I used to be a pizza doughboy. I used to be a doughboy. So I ain't hating. I used to work in a warehouse moving pallets. I used to be fucking an ace on that pallet jack, okay? Pulling orders. You should have seen me. I've had a lot of working class jobs, all right? So I don't mean to shit on service industry workers. That was not my point. I was just more so just trying to make a joke at Martin's expense because he is a shithead. I mean, let's be honest. First of all, Martin is Danish. And that right there is like strike 1 and 2. And on top of that, he cheers for Norway in the World Cup. That's awful. As a Dane. And then fourth strike, he's working on Mossad AI chatbots. He's working on a Goy tracker for the Mossad. Oh, he's half Danish. Sure thing. Is that like being half Jewish? I don't. I mean, I love a good cherry Danish. I only like Danish people that I can eat. I love going to their restaurants and be like, yeah, I'll have the Danish. And then they bring me a young Danish man. There's a joke there somewhere. I don't know. I fucked it up. What'll it be tonight, honey? Danish or Mexican? Okay, Michael. Have you tried crying about it, you little dweeb? I am the little guy, okay? I am one of you. I am a lowly goy. I'm a wage fucking slave in the age of finance capitalism. All right? There. I am the burger flipper. So any jokes about that is just joking about myself, okay? It's like when Jews say goy or goyim. It's like it's fine. Chungus, why don't you get a room then? You and Martin just get a room. And you can profess your love for each other. Bunch of losers, if you ask me. Got a new job. Supervision pay rate is £54 an hour. Won't be doing that for a long time, though. That's a damn good rate there, right? That's impressive. Mr. Satnav's making those big bucks. Those shiny shekels. Is that what we call it? It's riff time. Gather around, kiddies. It's riff time with Rathbone. Tonight's episode, Martin Crank is a Danish dingleberry. And we do not advise engaging. We advise not entertaining anything that Martin has to say. That's why we've stopped the stream and made the whole stream right now just about Martin Crank. Saeed, I don't know what you do, but whatever you're doing, just keep it up. Maybe you don't need to get a job. As long as we continue shekel maxing here, what's the big idea? All right. Man, now I want a fucking pastry. That sounds delicious. I want some cheesecake. Mom? Mom? Cheesecake! Please? You see, I'm making fun of Martin. Here I am broadcasting to you live from my mom's basement. Can we talk about somebody's mom? Yeah, we can talk about my mom. Look. I'm owning myself for you. LOL, Martin, you loser. Totally. Everybody gang up on Martin. He's a loser. Oh, you know what? I'm going to be flagged now. I'm going to be flagged and be like, oh, he's bullying his chatters. Really? You don't like the basement anymore? Well, no. Whatever room you're in, as long as there's a cage to contain you, I'm fine with it. Just put out a little pot of water. Make sure you don't die of thirst. Okay, all right, fine. Martin, we love you, I guess. Okay, fine. You're right. You're right, Saeed. It is a love stream. If I don't talk about my mom first, somebody else is gonna. Or, yeah, if I don't talk about your mom, that's right. It's the Israeli way. It's the Israelification of my live stream. You guys are so silly. We all consider you our son. Are you talking about Martin? Wow, that is aggressive. Sure. So no, is what you mean, Saeed. It's one of the worst comments that you can get from anyone is just, sure. Okay, so no, but passive aggressively. Got it. So I'm your son, Saeed? This is what I was trying to tell you. I'm like one of your children, okay? I'm part of the family now. And then when I said that, you were like, oh no, not today, Satan. Oh my God, I love beignets. They're my favorite. Café du Monde beignets, sign me up. I haven't had them in so long. It's terrible. Okay, Rathbone, sure. Thanks, Chairman Meow. You little bitch. Martin? Who is Martin? That's the million-dollar question right now. I can tell you for sure. I know that Martin is A, piece of shit, and B, oppressively Danish. He's way too Danish, even for the Danes. Even the Danes are like, I can't stand how Danish this guy is. It's awful. And he's only half Danish, if that tells you anything. The farce is strong with this one. I know, Martin. Didn't I not just say that? Okay, I'm pretty sure everybody's leaving the chat because I'm playing around now. Rift Time is obviously not that popular. So we're going to get back to... Oh my goodness. Okay, never mind. We'll just continue talking then. 5,000 shekels for Martin. Does this mean that I now have to go pay out Martin from the proceeds that I make, the revenue that I accrue from my live streams? Because if so, I'm not doing it. All right? The dark money is in, says Martin. Saeed's going to hold me to it, huh? Fuck. We already had to give $500 back to fart on my balls. And now this? Now I've got to return 5,000 shekels to Martin Crank just because I roasted his bitch ass on live stream? On the live stream? I have to pay it in kroner. So... Well, I guess that's like, what, 3.3 million kroner is what... is what the exchange rate is to 5,000 shekel bits. Twitch biddies. Twitch biddies sounds like an insult. Saeed is a Qatar prince funding anti-Israeli propaganda. I mean, it's hard to argue with that, honestly. That's right. That $500 could have gone to my procurement of a nice new bidet. I've recently learned that all toilet paper has an egregious amount of microplastics. I can't even wipe my ass and not get cancer. So I'm trying to save up for a bidet. I'm saving up for the bidet of a bidet. I'm saving up for the day of a bidet. Okay, so Saeed, we've learned a new piece of the puzzle, the mystery of Saeed. He says that only the second half of this comment is true. So Saeed is not a Qatar prince like we thought, but he is funding anti-Israel propaganda. That much we can tell is true. Hard to argue with that. That sounds right. Yeah, they do. Oh my God, it's the worst smell. It's way out in like the boondocks though. So I don't smell it on a daily basis. But there's also like a lot of power plants. There's a lot of pollution. In fact, so much pollution, in fact, that the space between my balls and my ass, no, the space between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, that stretch of the Mississippi, is known colloquially as Cancer Alley. And that's basically where I grew up. I grew up in Cancer Alley. So I'm highly radioactive. But there's a lot of like power plants in Louisiana specifically, that they had to fucking name it Cancer Alley. Yeah, the taint, that would be the space between my balls and my ass. Or the gooch. Another acceptable answer would be called the gooch. All right. Who's on the West Bank over here? Apophis. All right. And not the Palestinian West Bank, but the West Bank of New Orleans, which is actually east of the city. Or at least parts of it are. Okay, I'm going to get back to the Goy Slop. ADL be damned. Or a no man land, yeah. It is very sparse living. Ohio has a Cancer Alley too, huh? We're taint maxing. I am not a Slidell snake. You take that back. I'm not from the North Shore. Are you kidding me? Those are country bumpkins up there. We don't consort with the North Shore like that, all right? I'm from the fucking parish, bruh. Orleans Parish, all right? Uptown, Lakeview, the French Quarter. Those are my stomping grounds. Now you're calling me a taint? That's nice of you. I'm an idiot, and I'm a taint. I'm going to put that, like, for my my promotion when I'm promoting my brand. It's going to be Saeed MSR. This guy's an idiot. And he's also a taint. Harrison Avenue. Yeah, I grew up on Harrison Avenue. That's crazy. Well, right off of Harrison Avenue on Bel Air. Bel Air and Harrison. Born on the Bayou. Yep. Okay, all right, let's get back to the shit show that is life. All right, Israeli authorities have seized more land north of Jerusalem, including the site of a historic mosque. Israel says it wants to develop an archaeological site, but Palestinians say it is just an excuse to impose full control. Who do you believe?
These are some of the last images filmed at the Nabi Samuel Mosque in occupied East Jerusalem before Israeli authorities moved to confiscate village land that includes the site. Israeli authorities claim the ancient Islamic mosque is a Jewish shrine. Today, access is restricted.
Nice, bro. We probably fucking cross paths at some point. Yep, Fleur-de-Lis Ave.
By a checkpoint.
There was no settlement and no wall. People used to walk from here to Nabi Samuel on foot. In the past, we used to go there to pray. Now, we are not allowed.
The village of 400 Palestinian Muslims is surrounded by 4 illegal Israeli settlements.
I know. I lost so many viewers when we started talking about taints. Damn. It's like everybody left.
Only allowed to pray in a small hall.
Oh well.
While
We'll get them
illegal
back.
Israeli
We'll get them back.
settlers have taken control of the other prayer spaces.
Since the occupation began in 1967, it was claimed that Prophet Samuel's tomb lies beneath the mosque. Local historians dispute this and say the grave is in the Upper Galilee. This is a religious pretext to assert control over the mosque, which overlooks a military strategic area.
In 1967, Israel occupied the village.
Everything is
4 years
strategic.
later,
It's
most
for
of
national
its houses
security.
were demolished, and the mosque was also targeted. In 1994, Israeli archaeologists searched for
That pediatric hospital for kids was a threat to our national security.
Jewish archaeological evidence.
There was a huge stockpile of baby formula. Anti-Semitic baby formula. The baby formula was going to kill all the Jays.
But, according to Palestinians, found none. Palestinians say today's confiscation
Hell yeah, brother.
extends earlier measures.
Truer words have never been spoken. Why is everybody saying this? Thugbone, you getting in on this action too?
The occupation seeks to force residents out in order to take control of the land. They've imposed impossible conditions on the residents. These are all settlement expansions. They demolished parts of the area, built a biblical park, and now, under the pretext of preserving heritage, they've confiscated new areas and prevented residents from entering the site.
Inside the mosque, signs and tourist materials highlight the Jewish story while omitting the Islamic one. Palestinians say Israel has linked settlements and is now pushing a Jewish heritage claim. The conflict here is not only about the buildings, but also about preserving history and the narrative tied to these places. Palestinians say that imposing a new narrative threatens their presence and their ability to hold on to what remains theirs. Mohammed Alwan, TRT World, North Occupied East Jerusalem.
Okay, moving on. They enter a Lebanese home, they damage it, they tag the walls, then they film themselves praying inside. That is not faith, that is occupation, turning desecration into a war souvenir. Remember when the communist army of the Soviet Union raised the Soviet Union flag over Berlin, over the wreckage that was Berlin, and signifying the end of World War II? And, you know, they stuck their flag like, we defeated Hitler, we defeated the Nazis. Now look at the IDF. They're parading around a dinner table of a Palestinian home who they presumably have murdered the entire family. And this is like their big victory, you know? The most moral army in the world. I wish I could eye roll into a new dimension every time I hear that fucking phrase. But it's just to show you that it's a fucking... It's the diaper army. They're not a real army. It's a terrorist militia, you know? It's a terrorist militia that grew out of terrorist militias. Like, there were terrorist militias before the IDF. And they laid the groundwork for the IDF. To do and be what the IDF is and does.
اللهم يا قوي من للضعيف غيرك اللهم يا غني من للفقير غيرك
اللهم يا عزيز من للذليل غيرك قل اللهم إني عبدك ابن أمتك ناصيتي بيدك ماض في
Beyond shame and forever offended. Yeah.
حكمك عدل في قضاءك أسألك بكل اسم هو لك سميت به نفسك أو أنزلته في كتابك.
We really are confronted with like everything that is not human embodied in physically seemingly human people.
أو علمته أحدا
I didn't really word that eloquently, but I think you get what I'm trying to say.
من خلقك أو استأثرت به في علم الغيب عندك أن تجعل القرآن ربيع قلبي ونور صدري وجلاء حزني وذهاب همي قل اللهم ذكرني منه ما نسيت وعلمني منه ما جهلت وارزقني تلاوته.
So Palestinian families shocked and speechless returned to their homes in Shuafat refugee camp in occupied Jerusalem to find them destroyed and severely damaged by the Israeli occupation forces. And that's what we're looking at here. I can't believe this shit has happened, you know? And it's continuing. It's still fucking going on. And it's got the backing that it does. Everything's laid bare for your very eyes. If only you should look upon the crimes. The Emperor has no clothes. This is one of Gaza's last surfing places. Surfers in Gaza Garrett.
طبعا رغم اني متزوج لكني بسيب المرأة والاولاد وباجي بمارس الرياضة هذه لانه بتحسسني بالسعادة والامان يعني. وهذه الرياضة حاجة.
It's got to be like the only respite you have is like, well, we can go to the ocean and like surf.
لا توصف انت لما تركب على الموجة وتشيط تركب عليها وتشيط في الموجة تمشي فيها هذا شعور لا يوصف. لأن هذه الرياضة أفضل رياضة من أفضل الرياضات في العالم ومن أخطرها طبعا. طبعا مارست الرياضة هذه عن والدي كان يمارس الرياضة هذه من هو من قد عمري. ومارست الرياضة هذه وفي البحر مع أبويا شفته بتعلمها وشي زي هيك. فحبيت الرياضة هذه وقعدت أمارسها ولما تعلمنا شوي طبعا مارسنا حتى رغم الحرب ورغم القصف والدمار والهذا لكننا مستمرين في الرياضة هذه لأنه هذه بتنفس عنا وبتحسسنا في الأمان. وطبعا احنا كرياضيين ركوب امواج بنعامل هذه الالواح كانها كنز كبير لنا لانه فقدان اي لوح او خسارته بهدد علينا كرياضيين ركوب امواج انه ما نستمر في هذه الرياضه. طبعا اللوحه اللي معانا عمرها اكثر من 17 سنه فاحنا
Yeah, somebody's like that board is old. Yeah, it's 17 years old. The board we have is more than 17 years old, so we take care of it as much as possible.
يعني اللوح بنحافظ عليها قدر الامكان لانه فقدان اي لوح او خسارته بهدد علينا كرياضيين ركوب امواج. في قطاع غزة مأجورين عن باقي
I keep thinking about Harry Truman. Fucking you son of a bitch. You thought this was a good idea? Yeah, let's give the Jews a state, they said. It'll be great, they said. What could possibly go wrong, they said. Saeed, you're getting out of here? We have at least another 7 hours. We're going to do a fucking video game stream where we just watch, you know, the God of War for like 16 hours. You can't leave. It's going to get so good. Oh, my taint is a no man's land. Thank you. That's right. No man shall enter my taint. Only your mother's. Ah, damn it. All right. All right, we're down to 10 now, aren't we, Saeed? I've got 10 more tries not to fuck this up. I'm sorry to insult Saeed's mom, but I hope he'll forgive me. Anyway, good night to you. So, yes, 10. Good night to you, Saeed. Thanks, or good morning to you, Saeed, and lots of love to you and the family. As always, appreciate you, good sir. Give it up for Saeed, our Qatari proxy. Well done. Bye-bye, beautiful Saeed. Yes. Lots of love. All right. Is he gone? He's gone now? Okay, good. All right. I fucking hate that guy. He's awful. He's the worst. He's always making me feel small. He calls me names. And then he leaves little jokes in the comment section, and I don't get the jokes because I'm not quick enough. And then he tells me I'm an idiot because I don't get his jokes. He's gone, guys. Thought he would never leave. Finally, we can be free. All right. Now fences are going up around the reflecting pool. It's getting worse. It's like, show's over. This is why we can't have nice things in America. Come see the beautiful reflective pool. Oh, okay, you know what? Never mind. Fences are going up. Nobody go to the reflective pool. Please don't put in the papers that we're fencing the reflective pool. This is part of making America great again. Of course, we know Donald Trump is great at one thing. If he's great at one thing, what is he great at, if not building walls? Actually, he's not even really good at that because he doesn't even finish the wall that he started. The deflecting pool. Oh, shit. Shots fired. That's awesome. Well done, 420. By the way, if a song was at 420 BPMs, that would be way too fast. I don't think anybody would listen to that song. You could be really high listening to that song. It still would be too fast. I don't think we're gonna watch that. We obviously disavow any and all Nazi symbology. Look at this. As soon as he leaves, and yet now here we come across... Oh, is this the guy saying, I'm just a mere goy?
The Jews were put on the face of the earth to be a light unto nations.
See, now we know that Saeed doesn't catch the whole stream because we covered this yesterday. Shame on Saeed.
And Israel is being that light in defense of its own country. And I think most particularly, not just in military technology, but in the way in which those extraordinary men and women of the IDF have shown the world how to fight. And many countries in Western Europe, which are going to face this violence, will be looking to Israel to see how they're going to fight. So the narrative is one thing, but action, I think, is even more important.
Just in case you missed it. That's right. We all love Israel.
I speak as a goy, a mere goy. The Jews were put on the face of the earth to be a light.
Oh my God, he admitted. He's just a mere goy, guys. He's a good goy. Because what is a goy if not being subservient to the Jews?
Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer were alarmed by the language you used at the rally last week, calling AIPAC monsters who move dark money. These are phrases that invoke old anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracy theories. What do you say to those who are concerned that the language you used is dangerous?
Now, I want to be very clear. We're talking about a status quo where children are being killed on a daily basis. more than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli military since the so-called ceasefire. Even an Al Jazeera journalist, Ahmed Wishah, was killed this past Saturday by an Israeli strike. And when I am speaking about AIPAC, I'm speaking about an organization that has been supportive of the status quo. And I think that it is important that when we ask ourselves how such death and destruction is happening overseas, we also name those who allow it to take place.
All right, we're gonna go.
Boom, yeah. Fuck your anti-Semitic bullshit.
My name is Q. I'm with the Minnesota chapter of the ACP. We're here in rural America building a
Your name is Q?
Library in this barn
is he in the Illuminati?
Behind me to bring books and specifically revolutionary literature to the rural community.
This is QAnon the whole time? It's just this dude?
And build real skills, doing construction work, figuring out how to lay, sheetrock, all of these very important skills which will only continue to become more essential as America progresses down the path that it's on.
Stalin.
If you want to learn some of these skills and get involved with your community, go to acp.us/join.
There we go. We stay on ACP.
Gets him, and she gets him. And the mother's screaming,
Oh, he's jerking off 2 camels.
"Darling, I love you, darling." And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see, drops him. And she's like devastated for the rest of her life.
President Trump wrote on Twitter, "Don't be afraid of COVID. Don't let it dominate your life." Don't let it dominate your life?
In terms of responding to a comment like that, it's gross.
It's okay to be afraid of COVID, and it's okay that it's dominating your life.
Everyone should be afraid of COVID.
You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
I can't come in, Mom. It's because of this flu thing.
We won't be free of this pandemic until we listen to the acknowledged truth. Listen to the scientists.
Science is truth.
Science is truth.
What is the impact to public health when people are openly questioning the science?
Now is the time to do what you're told.
By not hearing the truth, by not listening to the scientists, they are prolonging how bad the economy will be.
When I see somebody out in the world who's not wearing a mask, I instantly think you are a threat, or you are selfish, or you are a COVID denier, and you definitely haven't been vaccinated.
Either wear a mask or get the fuck out.
What does this have? Are you vaccinated?
I am triple vaccinated.
So why are you wearing a mask?
Seek out the scientists and listen to their advice.
Listen to scientists. Listen to the.
I think because you can still be asymptomatic and carry it and pass it on.
Have you heard of Ben & Jerry's new Zionist ice cream flavor? A new Ben & Jerry's flavor is offering Israelis a taste of the promised land.
Yeah, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, so I don't condone that message.
You may be thinking that the flavor and the Star of David shaped chocolate chunks throughout it are a strange choice for Ben & Jerry.
We just covered that. Israeli Diaspora Affairs Minister Amichai Chikli says Jewish security forces in Canada, Australia, and elsewhere should be allowed to carry guns all over the place in response to rising threats. We're gonna have armed Jewish militias everywhere while the masses are disarmed.
When we are dealing with the security
Wait, let's get our translator here. What's he saying?
Forces of the Jewish community are allowed to carry weapons in Canada. We also, back in Michigan, what is the meaning of armed security that can prevent horrific incidents? So this is very, very important. By the way, in Bondi Beach, you have in Australia, they can carry weapons, but only in the institutions. But since the event was on the beach...
Are you even Jewish?
So they were unarmed.
He's like, I am just a mere goy.
So carrying weapons is very important, that the security forces of the community will be armed. It can save lives, because if they had guns in Bondi Beach, it wouldn't take 12
We must arm all the Jews.
Endless minutes of massacre to do something. Okay? So with Canada, It was clear that it's about to happen, and I hope that Carney and his government will do something. When we are dealing with the security forces of the Jewish community, they're not allowed to carry weapons in Canada. We also, back in Michigan, what is the meaning of armed security?
Security. Sounds like Danny Danone.
That can prevent horrific incidents. So this is very, very important. By the way, in Bondi Beach, you have in Australia, they can
Sorry, I didn't realize it was really loud for you. I
carry
turned it down.
weapons, but only in the institutions. But since the event was on the beach, so they were unarmed. So weapons, carrying weapons is very important that the security forces of...
Okay.
Why was Hitler allowed to escape to Argentina after World War II and never pursued? Why did all the top Nazi scientists move to America via Operation Paperclip? Why did Otto Skarzeny, who once was a ruthless killer in the SS, end up later working for the Mossad? Well, it starts making a lot more sense when you factor in the possibility that the Nazis were a Zionist military operation and controlled opposition.
So, you know, you're asking me all of these questions because you're trying to get me. Okay, yeah, I might not have all of these little things that you remember, but what I know is common sense. And Biden's administration is not common sense.
So, ma'am, the reason why I picked you to come up to the microphone knowing that it'd be a disaster is because I think that you are a very accurate representation of where the right is at today in modern political discourse and American politics. I think that you and many others are clueless people who don't know what they're talking about, have done no previous investigation or research into the American political system, can't even name a bill that Biden passed that you disagree with, yet you think he's a devil, and blame Obama for all of your problems, including the FBI, quote unquote, going into the J6 riots 4 years after his administration was over. And I think that it is very important for you, me, everybody in the circle, and everybody watching at home to start caring about the world that we live in, start caring about critical thought.
Dean Withers is a fucking lib. Who cares? What is it? Settlers storm the Al-Aqsa Mosque and perform Talmudic rituals inside its courtyard. Blasphemers. Look at these fucking pagans. Thank you for wasting my time, Jesse. That was 23 seconds of my life that I will never get back. Bill Gates invests in new sex trafficking startup. This is being reported by The Onion.
Betting big on a consent-free future. Recent filings have revealed that Bill Gates may be doing just that, as the billionaire has reportedly made a significant investment in a new child sex ring startup. The world-leading technologist and philanthropist has invested more than $100 million into a new venture, Preteen Labs, whose mission is to build more sustainable child sex trafficking resources for future generations. ONN Stephen Green has more.
I wish this was satire.
Who needs no introduction. From Microsoft to...
Look at that fucking... Look at his skin. Jesus Christ.
Needs no introduction. From Microsoft to the Gates Foundation, Bill Gates has changed the world. An outspoken advocate for awareness on climate change, Gates is now offering his insight and investment to a brand new kind of company. This is Preteen Labs, a child sex trafficking startup that, according to their CEO, Jacob Stoller, is aimed at sustainability.
Cargo ships, private jets, private islands. This is one of the least eco-friendly industries out there, and we hope to change that.
And that's a goal Bill Gates can get behind, to the tune of $100 million, a big investment he believes could make a big impact on trafficking's carbon footprint. But the even bigger question?
So what is it?
He's concerned about the carbon footprint of the sex trafficking company that he's sponsoring.
Like having Bill Gates as a boss. Is he pretty hands-off?
Oh, no. He has lots of ideas.
Including widening access networks, eliminating age of consent laws entirely, and installing infrastructure in under-abducted parts of the world.
Under-abducted parts of the world.
Company already has plans to expand to Africa.
Look, they got nets. Can you see this? This guy's like, got me some Ethiopians. Get in the net, boys.
Africa, South America, and soon maybe even the New York Stock Exchange.
Wall Street seems very interested by the concept, but this is about more than just making money. It's about our future. And if we fail to act now, our children may never have the opportunity to molest our children's children.
ONN Stephen Green reporting, and the work doesn't stop there for Gates, who is already turning his attention toward his next venture, eradicating sexually transmitted diseases to prevent their spread to any of his future wives. Coming up next, more details on the tragic boating accident that killed America just shy of its 250th birthday. You've seen the news, now touch it with your fingers. To receive your
Jeffrey Epstein, bad pedophile. I love that because it implies that there are such things as good pedophiles.
monthly print edition of The Onion.
Three Israelis killed in U.S.
What
Capitol.
began as a routine training flight ended in unimaginable horror just miles from the heart of the United States. In a matter of moments, a small aircraft plunged from the sky and crashed into a dense wooded area in Maryland, erupting into a deadly disaster that claimed the lives of all 3 Israelis on board. The devastating crash sparked a massive overnight emergency response, with rescue crews racing against time through darkness and difficult terrain. As investigators comb through the wreckage for clues, the tragedy has sent shockwaves across Israel, leaving grieving families searching for answers and a nation mourning a sudden and heartbreaking loss. Israel's foreign ministry confirmed on Monday that all 3 victims were Israeli citizens. In an official statement, the ministry said Israel's consul in Washington, together with the Department for Israelis Abroad, is providing round-the-clock support to the families during this painful ordeal. Officials remain in close coordination with U.S. authorities as the investigation intensifies. For now, the identities of the victims have not been released, while the mystery surrounding what caused the aircraft to fall from the sky continues to deepen.
Preliminary investigation indicates that at about 11:30 last night, a flight that was en route to Montgomery County Airport from Ocean City, New Jersey, crashed in a wooded area in Bowie. At this point, all we know is that the plane may have been from a flight school, a local flight school, and they were on a possible training flight. 3 adults on board were pronounced deceased at the scene by EMS, 1 pilot and 2 passengers. Their identification is pending next of kin notification.
The chilling chain of events began late Saturday night when a single-engine aircraft vanished from the skies over Maryland. According to Maryland State Police, the plane crashed deep inside a wooded area near Bowie, just east of Washington, D.C. On board were 3 people, a pilot and 2 passengers. None survived. For hours, the wreckage remained hidden in the darkness. Then came a haunting clue. According to reports, emergency responders were first alerted at around 11:30 p.m. after an automatic iPhone crash notification was triggered, an electronic distress signal from the doomed flight's final moments. As daylight broke on Sunday, search teams made a grim discovery. The shattered remains of the aircraft were found near a residential townhouse community and a children's playground, turning a quiet neighborhood into the scene of a devastating tragedy. Investigators believe the aircraft belonged to a Montgomery County flight school and was carrying out a routine training mission when disaster struck. But what caused the aircraft to suddenly fall from the sky remains a mystery. The aircraft has been identified as a Piper PA-28, one of the most commonly used training planes in the United States. Yet investigators are still racing to determine whether mechanical failure, dangerous weather conditions, or human error played a role in the fatal crash. And this tragedy is not an isolated incident. The Maryland disaster comes just days after another deadly aviation accident shook the United States. Earlier this week, a small jet carrying 6 people slammed into a vehicle on a highway in Texas, triggering another scene of chaos and destruction.
All right, enough of that AI video. Let's move to some of my Twitter reposts again.
Keir Starmer.
We're going to get to that in just a second. Here, Trump is responding to Israel breaking the ceasefire. Apparently, Israel has broken the ceasefire yet again. This is from 3 hours ago. He says, well, look, they've been fighting each other for years, for decades. We'll have to see what happens, but it will be all right.
Israeli forces have opened fire in southern Lebanon today, killing 2 people. Are you confident that the ceasefire is still holding?
Well, we'll see what that. Look, they've been fighting each other for many, many years, decades, and
when they say ceasefire, they just mean they're still moderately firing at each other, is all.
We'll see, but it's going to come along.
Yeah, all right. Here are the little kids that Donald Trump killed in Manab. Here's an Iranian girl performing a traditional dance at the Rasht fish market. Trump, I die of cuteness. Here are the Judeo-Christian values that Netanyahu's talking about. There they are, setting Mother Mary on fire. This is just an isolated incident, okay? This isn't structural. These are just rogue IDF soldiers. Ben and Bibi. Look, they fixed the new Israeli Ben and Jerry's knockoff. Ben Gvir and Netanyahu ice cream, blood flavor. Mmm, yummy. Look at that. By the way, these are not Americans.
Jews are putting harmful chemicals into food. They're making unhealthy food so that the goyim, you guys, could consume it and then become stupider, weak, dumb, fat, lazy, right? And you sort of see when you go into these stores all of these processed foods with all of these artificial crap that's terrible for you. Stuff like McDonald's, right? Where some of the stuff in this food is literally, it should not be entering your system. It's just terrible. It's just not healthy for you. And the Jews are feeding it to you. You know, they're feeding it to the goyim to make them weak and stupid so that essentially the Jews have full control of everything. Jews are putting harmful chemicals into food. They're making unhealthy food so that the goyim, you guys...
But don't say goy slap, because that's anti-Semitic. At least he's being honest, right? I'm loving it. I don't have context for that. Is he like making fun of the idea, or is he actually saying it unironically? Either way.
All right, let me ask
sounds pretty anti-Semitic to me. Okay. Here's a clip of John Fetterman. If you have contempt for Israel, you are anti-American, says he. I guess that means I'm anti-American then. I had no idea.
All right, let me ask this. Why the deep hatred for Israel? Why?
I just don't understand.
If you have such contempt for Israel, I mean, of course, you're also
This motherfucker is still asking these questions in 2026.
Civilization, and you're, seeing anti-capitalism and the American way of life. I mean, now they're all socialists, of course. And now there's
the Red Green Alliance is alive and well, right? They love to conflate Iranians or people that are anti-Israel. They must be socialist. People that are Muslim who just want to take control of their country and their own country's land and resources. They're basically communists. It's the same thing. It's the Red Green Alliance.
Communists. And now Marxists, and now they're proud of this. I know, of course, we have P. Hustle in Maine. That's another one. He's a self-avowed, communist too. Now that's not even looked down and a significant part of the Democratic Party right now.
Wow. Communism, they don't believe our goy slop anymore about communism. This is a tragedy. Oh no, it's like another hologram.
All right. You know, that's another one. He's a self-avowed, communist too. Now that's not even looked down on and a significant part of the Democratic Party right now.
I'm tired of Judeo-Christian. Maybe we try Islamo-communism. What do you say? Netanyahu publicly blamed social media algorithms for a steep drop in positive views toward Israel.
Netanyahu is a son of a bitch. Yeah. And that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich.
Damn. I want to listen to that whole song.
Netanyahu is a son of a bitch.
Nice beat. Yeah. Love the lyrics.
And that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich.
Mark Levin says, I'm in Israel for a seminar as well as a family celebration. The people here have an undefeatable determination to survive. That is their nearly 4,000-year history. Many nations have grown weak and have lost their will to fight for victory or even ensure their own security. The Israelis have not. They're civilian warriors. They know every war is do or die. It is true that they cannot and will not be subservient to any country that is not aligned with their ethos, let alone enemies who seek diplomatic victories through alliances and international organizations.
Look at this. Is this a real picture? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised in the least.
We can't waste our time on Epstein, says Mark Levin.
Looks like he's taking another dose. They always look like heroin addicts when they start wrapping leather around their arms like that. You don't think that's real, Martin? Martin, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? You were crying about how you don't get any rest. You don't think it's a real picture, though? He's got the Satan's cube on his head. I wouldn't be surprised if it was real. He probably did that years ago. He's a lot fatter, and there's obviously more forehead to him now. Let's see, this says, on the Times of Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu plans to use pro-Israel senators and right-wing media personalities to influence the terms of a final agreement. Oh yeah, that's right. This is in the comment section. He plans to use media figures such as Fox News, Mark Levin, and pro-Israel politicians to get his message across to Trump. But no, Mark Levin told us at the Jerusalem News Syndicate conference just yesterday that he was not an agent of the Israeli state. And then he said, I'd like to bring my friend up now, Benjamin Netanyahu. He's going to offer some remarks. But just remember, everyone, Mark Levin is not an agent of the state of Israel. That's why he has to tell us this, because it's not abundantly clear based on all the evidence.
Netanyahu is a son of a bitch. Yeah. And that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich.
If only that were true.
Israel's existence is not an...
Okay.
Jews are putting...
Jews. Okay, let's take a look at Nick Cruz's hotspot, eternally based Nick Cruz. Keir Starmer finally resigns after implementing a reign of terror in the UK on behalf of Israel, says Nick. Starmer oversaw the mass arrest of doctors, students, and other anti-genocide activists. His legacy is one of genocide.
Minister, after 2 years, as the Zelensky curse continues. Remember when they said the Ukraine war was going to be the end of Putin? Meanwhile, the UK is on their 7th prime minister in 10 years? Keir Starmer facing historic...
The only time I'm Putin is when I'm in the bathroom.
blowout election loss after he plunged his country into full-blown fascism, leading the world and arresting people online for opposing his genocidal policies. Keir Starmer labeled the non-violent, anti-genocide Palestine Action activist group as a terrorist organization, starting a reign of terror, arresting doctors, students, and other peace-loving civilians who was critical of the UK support of Israeli genocide. There are many reasons why the people of the UK turned against Keir Starmer, making him one of the most unpopular prime ministers.
That comment only works if you say like half of his name. You'd be like, Keir who? But you can't say Keir Starmer who. I mean, you just said his name, you know? That's his full name, so you know who you're talking about.
All time. But one thing is for sure, his legacy is one of genocide.
A siege is appropriate? Cutting off power, cutting off water?
Well, I think that Israel does have that right. It is an ongoing situation.
But things are not going to get any better because they already have another Zionist slave that is set to replace him.
As leader of the Labour Party, I would make it my business to put those relationships right. And as a start of a 10, I can say tonight that the first foreign visit I would do as leader of the Labour Party would be to Israel to show that message from the very start. Thank you.
So don't get it twisted. Keir Starmer resigning is just another pressure release valve for the ruling class as they select a new puppet to implement their agenda.
So wait, who is the guy that's replacing him?
But things are not going to get any better because they already have another Zionist slave that is set to replace him.
As leader of the Labour Party, I would make it my business to put those relationships right. And as a start of a 10, I can say tonight that the first foreign visit I would do as leader of the Labour Party
He's going to go to Israel.
To show that message from the very start.
To show that message. Jewish applause.
So don't get...
They always go make their... They always complete their humiliation ritual. It said Jewish applause, yeah. They gotta go kiss the wall. It's like, that's who's really running the show, you know? You become a head of a state of a foreign country, you gotta go to Israel, get the blessing.
Israeli forces have opened.
Alright, I think that's all my bookmarks there. Let's see if we do a little update here.
I don't care who you vote for. I care who you vote against. If you live in New York City, New York State, the United States, anywhere that a DSA member is running, it's your obligation to go and vote against them. Because once they come into power in state assemblies, in city halls, in Congress, and in Senate, then we are fucked. I don't care who you vote for.
I don't think electing DSA members is gonna fuck over the Jays, fuck over the Zionists. But they certainly want to manufacture consent like they are. Oh, please, if you do this, I'll be really upset. Oh, no, don't elect AOC. Oh. This bitch is crazy. I don't know why she's popping up on my feed.
מה שלא חוקי, לא יהיה.
יפונה.
ברור, מה שלא חוקי בוודאי, אבל תפיסתי, בסופו של דבר שטחי C יהיו חלק ממדינת ישראל.
Smotrich is crying.
Sure.
Kavlikir is not happy about getting mogged by a fan in France.
Thank you. He looks sick, man.
Thanks. Asked him for a picture.
I love how they all try to do like the autism face. Like, all these motherfuckers are like trying to mog and shit. It's like, bro.
Peter
I'm
Thiel's
like, dude,
plant.
it's not that serious if like you don't look like that all the time. You know?
Peter Thiel's plant to promote degeneracy and policing one's looks.
You
hear that? Babies. He's crying about an IDF soldier that went into Gaza and was slain. And he's like, you went to Gaza to get your revenge, and you said you were gonna massacre everyone. And then now you're gone.
The Jews are putting harmful chemicals into food. They're making unhealthy food so that the Goyim, you guys, could consume it and then become stupider, weak, dumb, fat, lazy, right? And you sort of see when you go into these stores all of these processed foods.
We just watched that, but it's still James Lever's reposting it. So this is from 8 hours ago. Suleiman's reporting that Israel is planning on withdrawal of Lebanon. A senior Israeli official says we are preparing for a partial withdrawal, according to Israeli Channel 13.
I wanted to avoid that, so I was like, just
clavicular. I don't care.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh my god. What the? Did he die? Oh my god, what is this? Oh my lord, I thought he was gonna die.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh my god, that's scary. He looks like Superman. Wow, I thought he was a goner. I thought it was like one of those shock posts. I thought his parachute had failed and he was about to hit the ground. Okay.
All right, let me ask.
Let's see.
This. Why the deep hatred for...
Look at this guy. I hate you, Elon Musk. I hate you, SpaceX. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Everyone said I was going to the moon, so I put $18,000 into calls. That was my life savings and the money I was going to use for college. I don't know what to do anymore. Ooh, man. Fell for it again award. Is SpaceX tanking? Kind of seems like the whole economy is based on speculation and hype, and nothing is actually real? I know. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too, Martin. We saw that video. They just chucked this young lady off the side of this bridge, and she wasn't even connected to a bungee cord. And she just plummeted to her death. So sad. Don't go bungee jumping in Brazil, folks. Normie's starting to realize how bad it's getting. Me, who knows it's gonna get worse. First time, huh? Yeah, what? No crying in the casino. I mean, did SpaceX stock tank? Yes, SpaceX stock tanked sharply today, plunging roughly 23 to 24% from its post-IPO peak and wiping out over $600 billion in market value. So what is Elon Musk worth now? Is he under $1 trillion? Or is he over still? Following the largest initial public offering in history on June 12th, a massive wave of euphoria, they love the euphoria, briefly pushed the stock up to an all-time high of 201 on June 16th. However, reality quickly set in, triggering a 4-day losing streak that culminated in a brutal 16% drop on Monday, June 22nd. While the stock finally snapped its slide on Tuesday, staging a minor 1% recovery to close at 156, it briefly dipped as low as 147, falling below its original 150 opening day price. Yeah. So how much is Elon worth today? He's still at 1.1 trillion. I guess it doesn't matter. The house always wins. The old bait and switch, as they say. Okay.
Today?
The parts of USAID that were found to be even slightly useful were transferred to the State Department. So they've not been deleted.
The State Department. He doesn't even sound like, what are you doing in the fucking American government? You sound like a British, Canadian, South African.
I am being investigated by the American Nurses Credentialing Center over allegations that I engaged in targeted, aggressive harassment towards individuals based on perceived national origin, making me in violation of their code of conduct in that I acted in a manner unbecoming to the nursing profession.
That's right. Remember that the profits are always privatized. The losses are nationalized.
I'm not going to lie. Opening this letter to read that my nurse practitioner board certification may well be suspended or revoked,
the lesbian
rendering
space
me
Karen.
essentially unable to practice, and I started laughing. I started laughing because this, to me, means that Zionists are down so bad that teaching me a lesson is still on the agenda. Jokes aside, though, these allegations against me are just wrong.
Oh, we know.
I didn't make any assumptions about where these individuals were from. They told me they were from Israel. You know, the entity occupying Palestine.
The
and currently
entity. I love calling it the entity. Don't even say the fucking name of that phony-ass state. Just call it the entity occupying Palestine.
Genocide, as confirmed by every reputable human rights organization, physicians, along with the UN. And after learning of their national origin, I asked... Were you guys in the IOF?
IDF.
The IOF. You were in the IOF.
He's like, no, not IOF. It's not the Israeli occupation force. It's Israel Defense Force, okay? We're part of the Israeli diaper force.
An opportunity to denounce the genocide or state that they refuse to participate in the genocide.
I love how she sneaks it in, you know? Oh, you guys are in the IOF? Now that they say yes or no, it's like you agree with that characterization.
I assumed a reasonable assumption given that military service in Israel is obligatory. I asked these individuals, how many babies did you kill?
How many women did you rape?
You didn't kill babies?
How many children did you rape?
And despite this line of questioning, along with the fact that Israel is committing a Holocaust in Palestine and has turned Gaza into a mass grave, that Israeli security forces regularly killed babies, committing infanticide, as well as systematically rape and torture Palestinian hostages, the individual on the right states,
what they say?
I've run my country. Really proud.
And as I left, this individual shouted at me.
God. Why are they all the same?
I'd kill them again? So you're saying that you killed them, Palestinians, and you want to do it again.
If you had a chance, you'd do it again.
Sounds like a war criminal to me. And the individual on the left,
the entire world fucking talking about.
Sure looks like he directly participated in the brutal military occupation of Palestine. I deny the claims made by the ANCC that my actions were targeted or aggressive. I did not engage in any aggressive or physical behavior. I did not touch these individuals.
Yeah, your rhetoric about the genocide is what is aggressive here.
I only used my words. Fuck Israel! Fuck Israel until the day I die! I also reject the claims made by the ANCC that I engaged in conduct unbecoming to the nursing profession. Conduct unbecoming to the nursing profession is
Can never be
supporting
too careful.
genocide and
Low.
participants of said genocide. I have been the subject of a targeted doxing and smear campaign by StopAntisemitism.org and others.
I don't even know who
and
this
I
bitch
believe
is.
that these actions by the ANCC are a continuation of that retaliation against me for my anti-genocide stance. So yes, that's right. They are working on stripping me of my board certification and nurse practitioner license, all because I do not support genocide.
That's mega based of you, Thugbone.
Okay. Well, I already told you guys that it doesn't matter what you do to me. It's not going to change the truth. And you will never get me to take back anything that I said.
That's right, the entity. The entity.
I am being investigated.
That's what like the Yemenis and the Iranians call Israel. The entity occupying Palestine. I love that. Hey, Grok, can you explain this image to me? I wonder what Grok had to say about this. This image shows a traditional Jewish Brit Milah ceremony. It's the ritual circumcision of a newborn baby, and you can tell the baby's having a great time because it's crying incessantly. Please don't touch me! The man in the white tallit is the Mohel. Mohel. The Mohel performing the procedure. The infant is held by the Sandek, who is often a grandfather or honored relative. Other men in kippas and formal attire are family members and witnesses. This is when that boy contracted herpes. The setting appears to be a synagogue or formal hall with an American flag visible in the background. This ancient covenant ritual originates from the Torah? Okay, so, but why, though? It's like, this seems like molestation of a child. Seems like an assault. A crime against children. And then what do they say? It's a Jewish tradition! But it was written in the Torah 3,000 years ago. Well, so was Hammurabi's code, okay? I don't think we need to take as formal practice things that were going on in the ancient Babylonian times. But it's a central practice in observant Jewish communities. I gotta remember every time I do the accent, I gotta like breathe into the mic and whine. It's a Jewish tradition. I'm just trying to be a light unto myself.
That's right. Today's special reader is my husband, Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Thanks for joining us today, honey.
Of course. Good to see you.
That was condescending. Why did he pat her knee like that?
It's a penalty. He lines up his shot. The keeper is ready.
I've genuinely never witnessed a couple with worse chemistry than this. It's like an unlikely duo. Adam brings up a good point. There's no point in Muslim sectarianism. Look at how much Shia Iran has done for Sunni Palestine. It's as simple as that. Iran is now extending the hand of friendship to the Gulf, and the Gulf will accept. You will see economic and security deals between Iran and the region, including North Africa, Turkey, and Pakistan. This is the birth of a new Middle East and the end of the reign and hegemony of the world's terrorists, and I believe him.
He missed
A masterpiece. Silent,
It's not loud enough.
Picking it up in the city. Got Chuck's on.
What is this, 2015? We're doing Uptown Funk again? Is this real? No way. Do people really do this? This is fake, right? Bro hit him with that David and Goliath pack. Do people really do that? That's actually a real thing? It's a real sport. It seems like AI to me, too. I think the fat man threw the fight. It's called slap boxing. That would have knocked the shit out of me, dude. I would have been knocked into next week. Guy's a champ. Pound for pound? I mean, come on. Doesn't even seem like he hit him that hard and he goes down. That seems fake. No way. Pakistani fighter jet escorts Iranian President Pezeshkian to Islamabad. Okay, so the consensus, concussion maxing. The consensus is that it is a real sport, however, that clip might have been AI. But people really do that, though. I would be dead 100%. Yeah. I would have never woken up from that.
How bad is the food in the United States? Well, apparently so bad that Norway's World Cup team shipped in their own food.
First time ever, athletes are refusing to
That's
eat
anti-American.
American food. Norway have shipped 1,000 kilograms of rations to the World Cup because they don't trust U.S. groceries. That includes fish, brown cheese,
Hey, I don't
and
blame
6,000 oranges.
Norway didn't just reject U.S. oranges. They avoided petroleum-dyed fruit that never rots. Practically every U.S. orange starts as a green clone, smothered in citrus red number 2, a petroleum dye marked as a human carcinogen. Dipped straight into ammonia baths, fusing coal tar chemistry into every peel. What remains is sprayed with morpholine, a wax binder banned in 31
They're polluting our bodies.
nations, then gassed with ethylene until every cell is petrochemical.
And I don't blame them. When you look at Norway's life expectancy rate, it's 83 years, meaning that they're living 4 to 5 years more than the average American. Their obesity rate, 16 to 19%, where it's almost half.
Did they have to get that picture for it? I mean, we get it, right? Why did they have to use that picture? To signify Norway's adult obesity rate?
In the USA. And this one is big. While most of our processed foods in the United States are made with GMO seeds, GMO is not allowed.
That's true, Lolo. You bring up a good point. Forever chemicals do build character.
In Norway. So good for them. They want their athletes that are performing at the highest level to have the best nutrients. Who can blame them? Do you think they're smart for shipping in their own food?
I do, but what is this? It looks like literal shit. It looks like they imported it from India. From a bunch of poop jeets. All right, I'm sorry. That was wrong of me. Don't make fun of Indians. Don't do that. Nick Cruz says AI is completely garbage and used by the ruling class to monopolize information and push their Jewish supremacist agenda. Goy slop is an anti-Semitic internet slang term and conspiracy theory used to describe ultra-processed foods, fast food, and mass-produced media. It combines goy, a Yiddish word for a non-Jew, with slop. The term promotes the false idea that these products are purposefully manufactured by Jewish elites to harm, poison, or control non-Jewish populations. Just like the goy beam, right? And then the ADL's like, this is anti-Semitic, but hey, here's your new goy tracker. We call it a heat map. You want to track instances of anti-Semitism in America? Get this app. It'll tell you where all the anti-Semitism is happening. That thing's going to be working overtime, man. The goy tracker. Shit's going to get fried. There's just so much. We're living in the rise of anti-Semitism. It's a scourge that is enveloping the entire world. Plunging us into a new dark age, in fact. The heat map, yes, it's real. It's real. At least I saw it on an ADL post. It's called a heat tracker. Let's double check. Did the ADL release an app called Heat Track, or it's called Heat Map? Yes, the ADL released an interactive online tool called the Heat Map. Hate, extremism, anti-Semitism, terrorism. While it is not a standalone mobile application, it is a fully interactive web-based map designed to track and display localized reports of hate, racism, etc., etc. You can explore the tool and view reported incidents in your area directly on the ADL heat map. Wow. Stay informed. The ADL Center, I'm probably putting on a watch list just by going to this website. I'm at the ADL website right now. The ADL Center on Extremism gives you expert insights into each week's issue of Extremely. So we can subscribe right now. And there it is. There's your heat tracker, your GOI tracker. Look at that. In Gretna, Louisiana, 6,542 supposed incidents, but they only have one listed here that says anti-Semitic. New Orleans has 6,542 incidents, but only 27 anti-Semitic incidents. I'm probably account for all of them. That's not funny, guys. That is not funny. Anti-Semitism is a real problem, okay? And it's not cool that you make light of that, all right? So stop laughing. It's just not cool, man. Oh my God.
Who the fuck you think he is? I be spreading money all whites on inside the...
What the fuck did we just watch? Slapped the Asian out of her. Let's see.
Who the fuck you think he is? I be spreading money all whites on inside the...
She did kind of change.
Who the fuck you think he is? I be spreading money all whites on inside the...
Well.
We're in Israel. It's great to be here with my good friends, Congressman Espaillat, Congressman Torres. We got Brooklyn, Uptown, and the Boogie Down. I look forward to express our support for the special relationship between the United States and Israel.
Isn't that awesome? That's great. Disgusting. A heartbroken Gazan father exposes a horrific war crime. He confirms Israeli soldiers ambushed him and intentionally shot his 3-year-old son. Despite knowing it was a toddler, the occupation forces completely refused to provide any medical care.
And now a family in Gaza has accused the IDF of killing their child near the enclave's border. The father, whose
In other news, man bites dog and the sky is blue.
boy was fatally wounded, took us through the details of that tragic day.
He has always accompanied me, but last time seems to have been the final time, as God destined him to die while with me. It happened when I was passing a road. Nothing else was going on. And suddenly I was surprised. Both they and I were surprised to come across each other. It didn't seem like anything was happening when they suddenly popped out. What I noticed is that they crossed the yellow line towards the west. The 4 soldiers approached me after they already knew he was a child, yet they killed the 3-year-old. I asked them to then provide medical care, but they said no, and I heard them saying no even if he dies. They did not provide any first aid.
Just in case you're not on board the Israeli hate train. As if we need any other fucking...
In the Passover, their Passover version, between the 3rd and the 4th cup, they drink to the damnation of the nations, and in particular to Rome, who they associate with Christianity.
Presently?
Presently. So whenever Mike Huckabee says, Happy Passover, it's a very common thing for dispensationalists to wish Happy Passover for, their Jewish friends. they don't realize what they're saying. They're not
He does. He just
observing
doesn't
the
care.
ritual that God gave Moses. They're observing the ritual that the rabbis made up in the centuries following Jesus. The third and fourth cup, they take a drink and they pray a prayer specifically for the destruction of the nations, the goyim, and in particular Rome. And in Jewish and rabbinical writings, they associate Rome with Christianity because Rome became Christianized, and that's the association that you see together in rabbinic literature. One of the prayers that Jews...
Thugbone's at Walmart. My condolences, Thugbone. Get out of there as fast as
in
you
the
can.
Passover, there...
So J.D. Hall exposes horrific war crimes in Gaza. He confirms doctors found over 400 children executed with direct sniper shots to the head. He reveals the Zionist regime literally named their deadly AI targeting system the gospel just to mock Christianity. He confirms rabbinic Passover rituals literally include drinking to the damnation of the nations and praying for the destruction of Christianity. This fucking Judeo-Christian bullshit, man. They fed us some fucking slop, didn't they? Wow. Okay, I don't want to see a fish get gutted.
Donald Trump might be the most Zionist president of the United States in history, but he might be the last one, because Israel is going to be permanently controversialized now. It's the most criminal regime in the world, and they are a dead letter, name is mud on the left, and more on the right all the time. It's something like 50-50 on the right now. People are sick and tired of being lied to, and condescended to, and used and abused in this way. I mean, for all the people listening to this or watching this, I think Benjamin Netanyahu respects you. And this is a guy who has said on multiple occasions, in fact, on September 11th, he told the New York Times, good for Israel. This is very good.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump might be the most...
I know, I thought about Primus too when he said that. Yeah, that guy was based. Who was that? I've never seen him before. And what is this? And what are we watching here? Zelensky, the puppet. Now, oh yeah, this is all accurate here. Look, they all got big noses. You saw that? Yeah, Ukraine is also part of the Greater Israel Project. Exactly. Zelensky's days are numbered. That's all I gotta say.
Are Jews white? Fact check.
Not purely European. Ashkenazi Jewish DNA is a mix, roughly 40 to 60% Middle Eastern, mostly Levantine, and 40 to 60% European, with the European part mostly Southern European, like Italian or Greek.
So genetically, they're half Arab, half European. They're mixed. They're too light-skinned to be Arab, and they don't really look like any white people. When was the last time you seen a blonde-haired, blue-eyed rabbi? Ashkenazi are from the Khazarian Empire, and look where it's located, right in between Europe and the Middle East, which is basically what their DNA shows too. They're not genetically belonging to the land of Palestine, and they don't get along with white people. Most of the time, they're accused of being racist against white people. And they themselves do not consider themselves white. Go ahead and look up all the articles written by them themselves when you Google search, "Are Jews white?" So fact check and research it yourself, because for some reason this does get debated a lot online.
Well, if they're not white, they're white passing. They are white and they are many things. Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, eyeballs. All right, well, that is my time for this evening. We did it yet again. Israeli teams burn their draft papers. Okay, yeah.
In one sentence, why should people refuse to serve in the Israeli army?
That's an old clip. We've seen it. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. I had a wonderful time with you, despite all the craziness. Let me see. There's no updates, huh? The world hasn't been destroyed yet.
Over the
Right.
past decades.
Okay, I'm sure when I log off, some breaking news will happen, and I'll miss out. But stay safe out there. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the stream. Don't forget to tap the like and subscribe, of course. Appreciate your patronage here. And if you're feeling squirrely, I've got 2 pages I'd like for you to follow. One is my live stream page, just in case something happens here. Here is my alternative YouTube page. And eventually I'd like to start live streaming from there. And then my partner in crime, Comrade Batty, also has a YouTube page where she does class-conscious content, and she's trying to work it up to 1,000 subscribers, and she would be oh so grateful for you to join her new page. She's been diligently posting 194 videos. So subscribe to those 2 pages, and I will literally dance at your wedding. I'll dance the Dobka. Thanks again, everyone. Peace and love. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you all. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night, good night. Buenos noches, buenas noches.